Hello and welcome back. We are continuing our Brandenburg run. Thought about playing Dominions. We are on our kind of flex day where we just play whatever we feel like, but I felt like forming Prussia before 1.3 because otherwise I don't think that's going to get done. So we're on a little bit of a mission here. We do have an event that should help us out, and we have some construction outside. That's probably the more important thing. But we want to get the inheritance of this, and we have to somehow put our guy on the throne of Prussia, which we supposedly there's a way to support the heir, but I think that we need an adult of age who is not an adult like this, who's not an adult, he's a child, who's directly of our dynasty, and also not our heir. By the time we form Prussia, Hungary and Naples will control all of Europe, maybe. And to that extent, we actually have this, and I'm not entirely sure how we're supposed to respond to this. Kind of don't want to fight Naples with an awful CB, especially if we're not the war leader. I don't actually know how the HRE call to arms works. If this puts us as not the war leader, we just are 100% not fighting it. So we're going to click accept offer and just kind of see what's going on. And if it's lame for us because we're not the war leader, we just actually will reload and not help them out. But let's see what's going on here. They are going to be the war leader. Yeah, I don't think we're into this very much. I don't think we're into it at all. We do have a way bigger army. I mean, we're not into it, but that doesn't mean we can't fight it, but... if we were to fight them, I would definitely want to do it on our terms where we could actually take something. And also, yeah, I think in general, we're not interested in a fight where we're not the war leader. So maybe let's reload. By the Sicily is rightfully Teutonic? Yes. It came to me in a dream. So, kind of no harm, no foul for us. Certainly not Arborea here at the outset of the stream. It's also my birthday today. Turned 34, which is why that is in the title. Although it will be the birth of, we hope. We will decline the offer to join this war, which makes them not like us very much. That does also decrease our trustworthiness, but okay. Last episode we did focus on quite a bit, some eco stuff, and we did make a video about urbanization and thought about it quite a bit. Was just kind of, the more we played last episode, the more we realized just how busted the granary rights are, and I really think that they are the key kind of important one. Hey Arthur! Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. We did get a baboop. Thank you for, Dodge Rolex. Dodge Giro X? Dodge Rolex? 34th birthday, thanks for the Vic 3 videos. Massive help, you're very welcome. I was having a discussion, little Vic 3 stuff on Reddit, regarding kind of one of the most complicated spreadsheets I never made. Or, an effect that I've kind of known about, but people, like, people on Reddit say I don't understand it, but I've, like, referenced it in videos. Which is, like, money deletion from, like, price changes, and specifically consumer goods. I've never put much emphasis on the consumer goods thing, but I was having a brief discussion on Reddit this morning. Dodgy Rolex? Fake Rolex? Okay. Wasn't sure. Thank you. Much appreciated for the bits, my guy. How did you try all the Balkan nations? I did not. And at this point, I'm not sure that we're going to have time in this patch. Although we might play Balkan nations next patch, but we're probably going to look to play Italy. Thank you, Winston, for the birthday well wishes. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you also, George. And one NDN2ST. No, I didn't try all the Balkan nations, though. I'm wondering how valuable... I'm wondering if we're supposed to actually pay gold for these upgrades. Because we have been kind of waiting to spike events. But some of these urban rights... You know what? I think we want to specifically grow in the province. In this province quite a bit. Let's actually give the urban right out here. Where's the granary rights? I think you just go granary rights and then you make it a city. As a general heuristic. Did we already give out? Wait, what? Oh, it probably requires a granary, huh? Cute. I think we can urbanize this. I think we can urbanize this. Let's upgrade this. Make it a granary town as well. Little pop growth for that province. First time I get to watch you live. Hey, TJ Juker? TJ Hooker? Much appreciated. I watched like a podcast discussing today's Tinto Talks content idea. There's a lot to unpack. I was thinking of trying to get a pod with Lemon. I think we still might try and do it. Maybe I'll try and ask him if he can do it next week. There's lemon cake. We maybe urbanize this too. I think that's... Yeah, we did some... Okay, we put that on auto expand. Perfect. Isn't it at the top granary town? Do I not have eyes? I didn't see it. Oh, I just don't have eyes. Okay. I hate it when that happens. I think one of these ended up being... Yeah, the tar kiln. Or wait... Naval supplies. And then we put it on auto expand for the naval supplies. But probably shouldn't have done it quite like that. Although this one we were thinking maybe it goes naval supplies and tools, and then maybe actually granary town is not... If you're doing double production things, which I think you generally don't want to do, maybe granary town's not what you want. If you had to rank the difficulty of Paradox games, how would you rank Hoey, CK3, Vicky, and EU5? It's a complicated question. Like, difficulty in the abstract, or ability to overcome the AI? Well, I'd probably put CK3 at easiest either way. The problem is I don't know how to play Hoey, and I think that, like, that part of me makes me want to say Hoey's the hardest, but I imagine, like, Hoey players would disagree with me. But, like, mastery of the thing is, like, a little bit different. I think that, like, at its core, Vic 3 is maybe complicated to master relative to the other ones. In terms of picking it up for the first time, which one is most intimidating? Hoey doesn't throw you into a whole bunch of systems to know, so Hoey might be easiest to pick up for the first time. I would say. Tosha, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hoey's super easy. Yeah. Cause like, yeah, I feel like you're not immediately inundated with a bunch of choices, whereas EU5 you are. But EU5, like, secondary effects and like, oh, this subtly influences this and that's complicated, like, it's nowhere near Vic 3. Hey, Spectacular Person, thanks for the $10. Much appreciated. Big happy birthday, thank you, thank you. Also, big thanks for the big content. Big nice. I think you were the one who left the comment asking for a big nice, but I didn't see it until after I'd left. Womp womp. You hate to see it. Or not see it. We haven't salted on Mecklenburg. If I recall correctly, this CB kind of sucks. Yeah. We won't use that. Denmark eventually we do want to declare on, but almost want to hold out for them having a different like alliance structure. Certainly we're allied with Saxony, so we definitely want to brick their alliance. We do have people supporting us as elector. And the EU5 campaign is like 100 hours, Hoey's like 10 to 15 hours. Well, the length of time it takes to run a campaign is not necessarily an indication of the difficulty level, but that is like one thing that I think is a little bit rough about EU5, is it takes a really long time to play a campaign, and it's not even, I think it takes longer to play 100 years in EU5 than it does in Vic 3 almost. And like Vic 3, that's the entire game. Today's your birthday? It is indeed my birthday. I was born on the 27th, 34 years ago. I'm 30, yeah, I think it's 34. Honestly, like, how old I actually am, like, seems like generally like less important, basically. The older I get. I feel like I forget sometimes. Vic 3 is a quick game, yeah. But I think that, like, at its core, it's like, I haven't done like spreadsheet math and stuff for Hoey, but like, yeah. We'll tell him to suck a fat one. Oh, I thought we had more outward progression. Oh, it was just like basically break even. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, look, this was a point we were making before, so the provincial capital was over here. Since we built a fort here, it moved here. And I do believe that where the town is and where the capital is for these places, it does just go to the provincial capital. So once there's a town there, we will put in a thing. I think we might just violate the treaty. The forever prestige penalty is a little bit annoying. Yeah, but I think we tell him to suck it. Happy birthday then. My cousin was born on the same day. Very nice. It's crazy how like what is the like the numbers I think in the 30s of people who if you have 30 people in a room, chances are that, or like 35, it's like over 50% chance that at least 2 of them share the same birthday, and it just like, when you learn about it, it is pretty wild. And I think it's one of these things where like helps you to understand statistics quite a bit. Are they still, they're still flipping stuff Brandenburg-ish. They are also probably trying to core this up, yeah. We only have humiliate rival. They're not a big enough rival. God. I bet Christmas is doing some heavy lifting in terms of when people are born. I think that people are most born in the spring because parents tend to get it on, or future parents, I suppose, get it on in the... Getting it on rates are highest in the summer, from what I understand of the statistics. I think we will just take the, yeah. We don't have a lot of prestige, so we'll just take the hit, I think. Hey, George, thank you for the 10 pounds. Much appreciated, my guy. Happy birthday again. About time I paid you back for all the tips. Thank you, thank you. P.S. I still haven't forgotten what you did to the polls. Womp womp. Never forget. Was this Victoria 3, I think? Where I took the 50 infamy penalty? Oh, no. Not like this. Never forget. Wonder how Arborea did. Looks like Naples... Did Naples just take a tiny chunk and not, like, full annex them? Is there anyone who is easier to fight? No, there's not anyone who's easier to fight. We don't have much authority. Easier to fight than France, Naples, or Hungary. Our current army is kind of expensive relative to our income, with just 4 units. They are relatively contemporary units, though. I think we'll continue to give out the granary rights. Maybe one of these... Maybe we give this guy port rights, actually. Agenda impact for burgers minus 10% seems so god-awful. Because it's applying to the whole country. That, like, has to be only good when you're, like, an OPM, basically. Do we not have the regular harbor rights? Hold the phone, pump the brakes. Do these override? I do not like that at all. What? We only get Lubeck rights? That sucks. That's such a fat penalty. Unless it applies only once to your entire nation, you can build as many of those as you want. I don't think we have, like, maxed out some of these. Let's take a look here. So we could see where most of our eco base is. Where is our government buildings? This is the lower form, and here's the upgraded form, max control and crown power. Let's kind of, yeah, build them in some of these areas, which is going to cost a pretty penny. I think that will also make the upgrade. Upgrade seems a fair price here. In fact, the price is just double. Base price. Are we just paying the marginal difference? Yeah, that's kind of nice. Is the effect strictly double? I think it is. Yeah, just linear. Alright. We'll do that, I think. We are going to be gaining an additional right here. I think we actually make this into a glass maker. Because we do have sand here. The other thing is explosives, but... If you had to pick a European country in which to live, what would you choose? Probably one where the... Well, the first knee-jerk response would be, I speak English. It's the only language I speak fluently. So I'd be tempted to speak I'd be tempted to choose England. But maybe Italy or Spain or something like this. I love low quality generalists. Womp womp. Are we still blurry? No, we're not. Hey, Leela Svartan. This is the start of the German Empire? Yes. Start-ish. Kind of started a little while ago. At this point now. The stable port was in the list near the jewelry run. Oh, it's a classic I don't have eyes issue. I hate those. It's staple port. There we go. Classic need more eyes. Yeah, okay, let's do this. So maybe we do a staple port plus tools industry or something like this. And don't actually build a granary town here. I think we even have town rights for the amber that give the extra output. For this, it has requirements, but where are the requirements? I do believe the upper one applies to the jewelry stuff and gold and silver, and the lower one to the more mundane mining. There's a macro builder for urban rights. Is there really? Where? Oh. Okay. I didn't realize this. What are we looking at? Or here, let's upgrade. So what are we even looking at pop growth wise? Should be pretty high. This morning, someone in the comments was complaining that there was too much pop growth. And I feel like I've seen mostly complaints that there's not enough pop growth to offset the increased mortality from the, what is it? Disease, the increased disease power. Hey Field Medic, how's it going? I hope you have a nice time on your trip later this week. Me too. Thank you. Generals forgot he's Portuguese. If I spoke Portuguese, I'd maybe want to live in Brazil. Well, I guess maybe. I don't know, it probably depends where in Brazil. Yep, these get frozen up, and we can't trade with this market because it's landlocked over here. Womp womp. We do have a solution coming in, though. Soon. Once this colony finishes, basically. do a little bit of that action too. Happy birthday. Thank you, Fabian. Much appreciated. People are mad about pop growth, so they buffed it last week. Did they really buff it last week? Where did they buff it exactly? The free land modifier? I think it's too much pop for the Mamluks. I disagree. I think the pops are maybe too strong. Berlin does have a river now, though. We could take a look at the river map mode. What the hell is that? Throw that away. Let's auto expand the irrigation here. So here we pay for... We get 12.5% local crown power for 200 gold, or 400 gold base. Counting House is 400 gold base, but gets much more crown power. But we don't get the control. Like we're kind of on the right track anyway. Mamluks are crazy getting military hegemon from 1337 to 1500 with casual 50k professional army. I mean, the issue is not with the Mamluks content. The Mamluks content's not overtuned. Like, nerfing the Mamluks, it doesn't fix the problem. The problem is that the mechanics of having a lot of your pop where you have your capital, or near where your capital is extraordinarily strong, and the Mamluks just are hyper advantaged as a consequence of that. Like, the underlying game itself is the issue. Like, Mamluks do have some content, and it's, like, kind of okay, but it's not obscene. I'm like, not into nerfing the Mamluks. They just don't need to die for the sins of Europe of, like, having very little pop, so the Mamluks just look super strong in comparison. Cheap food got a minor bump. In your game, they have 150k troops in 1490. Regulars? Yeah, here they only have 100,000. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. I don't know, like... People were complaining about the AI not building enough military. What is like... If you got it, flaunt it. Yeah, the pop growth seems kind of turbo insane here. Relative to before, I guess it's not an issue. It just means more pop growth. If the goal is to get to like certain historic numbers, it's, I think it's better for that. I think pop was underrepresented, or that's what people were arguing. I think they made diseases a bit more common. Yeah, they made it so that they could hit again. Like, your resistance would decay down. So, speak of the devil, you can re-pop diseases. Which incidentally does make hospitals, like, not dead buildings. Because generally it was like, oh, well, we can build a bunch of hospitals, but, like, we tend not to build them before the plague, and after the plague they're much weaker. Let's actually build a few of them in our high pop areas. Wow, look at this. Livestock's 40k. Jeez. Do we want to keep this a breadbasket? It's on a river. God, shoot. We, like, don't have very much building levels. I think we have quite a few idle peasants, probably. It's not got very much control, though. Or... that's kind of okay. What do you think about the mercenary meta? I'm kind of okay with it. The thing I would maybe have a problem with is that the AI should not accumulate so much money. Like, they should spend it more. But if the AI is facing an existential war, they absolutely should hire a bunch of mercs, and the AI hiring more mercs than it did before, I think it makes the AI stronger. Like, the AI was just under-hiring mercs, and it's like, do you want a strong AI, or do you want just to just run over the AI? And, like, I'm generally... like, mercs have just always been good. Players have been underutilizing them. They're super powerful, and you should be utilizing them. So the fact that the AI now, like, plays more resembling, like, what is correct for a player, I don't really have a problem with. You do want that innovative. As I was aware, I wasn't there, but I do think it's kind of a mid-location. Happy birthday, thank you. Much appreciated. He's works like crazy in the kill wall run, taking out Somalia and the Mamluks with mercs. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like, you spin up an eco, and then you just get to, like, hyper-win wars. And the fact that the AI sits on their money, they don't spend it, and then, like, they just bomb you when you try and, like, when they have an existential war. Like, if Mecklenburg is just sitting on a ton of cash, and then we deck on them, and it's obvious we should annex them, like, what would a player do? What would a player do? Like, if you throw a player in that context, and they're just sitting on 30k mercs, and someone huge decks on them. So, like, the issue, if there is one, is how they accumulate, like, 30k, like, ducats or whatever in the first place, but I think that, and I think players would hate this even more, the AI, if they start accumulating a bunch of money, should probably just look for offensive war opportunities with mercs. Like, they should just, like, be like, look, what do I want to conquer? And just go for it, because you can, like, establish quite a bit more money or income. You know, you can expand your power base with expansion's generally good. But right now, the AI, I believe, doesn't really consider its mercs for, like, offensive reasons. It just, like, looks at the power balance and is like, oh, I'm not into any of that. Like, it only thinks of its regulars and its, buddies. Why would I take a merc as a contract? I think I won't get fully paid. A small OPM that has high chance to get annexed, the mercs won't see the contract. So merc companies have, like, a reputation. If you stiff someone, you won't get other work later. It's not a one-time thing, but also mercs, yeah, we're more likely to desert. But it's not a one-time thing. Like, if your merc company is notorious for not fulfilling his contracts, no one will want to hire you. Not a GP, I don't think. We saw some funny business with Saxony being allied to these guys. So I think we'll save before we deck this war, but I think we'll go for the CB on them. And just look to annex them. Just a super minor thing. Latest Tinto Talk has 100 in the title, not 110. I'll fix that. I'll fix that right now. Because otherwise I'll forget. I misspelled introduction on the Dominion's 6 thing. I think I spelled it introduction. I probably should fix that. I don't know. I'm trying to like reset my sleep schedule a little bit because I've been going to bed at like 3, and for my flight I have to wake up at like 6. And so tonight or last night I didn't really get very much sleep, so I'm not firing on all cylinders. But I have the AI going to bankruptcy in your game to buy mercs. I mean, like, faced with the choice of bankruptcy or annihilation, like, you absolutely should choose, you know. So we'll use the better CB, that gives us a little bit less issues. And then we will move our army over a little bit. But also sniping this is super valuable. So this is a place where mercs are trying to hire. Now we just stop the mercs from hiring. Get wrecked, idiots. Like But I think that one of the issues I have is that it's not very transparent how strong armies are, because regulars and mercs dump on levies. Just knowing the numbers like doesn't actually tell you how good they are at fighting. And I think one thing people are also just kind of frustrated by is just getting absolutely like dumped on by just like stuff they're not expecting. I don't know why I'm starting these explorations. They can't actually fire or start. Coal market one can though. Adora, the explorer. We can invite one of these cats in. We will grab the target. I'm saying, why would I take the contract in the first place, or at least have the same price for higher risk? I don't know, you might charge more. People don't hire mercenaries unless they need more men to fight. So there's a little bit of a catch-22. Someone who was, like, sure to win, you would never need to hire the mercs in the first place. So EP? I'm very EP. Are we allowed to know where you're going? I am going to visit friends in Nevada. I don't have a problem with telling you where I'm going, but I'm trying to think if that, like, in some way would potentially cause issues regarding privacy for my friends. Because me being okay putting my life out there is like, there's a little bit of a social contract involved there, because other people in my life, and they don't necessarily have the same willingness or whatever, or interest. Going to Vegas? No, not to Vegas. Although that, I will not answer any further guesses in the affirmative or the negative. It's not Vegas. You can always white lie, this is true. I prefer not to. I don't think there's necessarily a moral issue with it, but I think that morality for people is like often like the way that contemporary like modern morality gets done in the West is kind of insipid. It's basically based on purity test as like a foundational like element, and this is informed by like a legacy of like the Christian tradition and the notion of sin, which is you do one thing bad and then this counts against you, and then the injunction is focused on not doing bad things, which, okay, you shouldn't do bad things, but as a moral system, it doesn't really, if you do nothing in life, you're generally not seen as immoral in kind of the Western tradition. Like, there's only ways in which you can fail by acts of commission. And in my mind, this is kind of just a silly way of doing morality, because I think that acts of commission and acts of omission. Hey, Field Medic, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. And many happy returns. And a bit of confetti. Thank you. Where was I with this? Like, if there's a child drowning in 3 inches of water, which is all it takes to drown, and I just, and this is a more egregious example, but I'm trying to draw a point here, and I just, like, step over that child's body and don't help them, I think that that is, like, analogous to me physically drowning the child, right? I think that the type of morality that draws a strong distinction between acts of commission and acts of omission is like a weak morality, a weak moral system. And that's kind of like the moral system of the West, is that they really only care if you do something wrong. They don't really care if you fail to do something right. And so people who have the potential, and I don't think you're morally obligated to help out society in every opportunity possible, because if so, you would just send 100% of your income to, like, Africa or whatever. But I think people who have the means to help others have, to some extent, a moral obligation to. And simply refraining from hurting others doesn't make you, like, a morally virtuous person. And like, a step further, I think also, like, if you to some extent, a failure to acquire the capacity to help other people also makes you, like, immoral in some sense, which is not something that is a popular notion in, like, contemporary, like, people's contemporary intuitions about morality, but this is kind of what I think is the case. What annoys me with the Mercs is similar to Vic 3 wars. AI overcommits on wars that don't affect them much. Yeah, so this is an issue, is, like, a war that doesn't look existential for them, they, like, hyper overcommit to. But also, like, one of the problems is I'm not sure the AI, like, the AI maybe needs, like, a better way of evaluating whether, like, they're gonna get axed in a war or not. But, like, a lot of times, if someone's not the primary war goal, you can still go after them in terms of the resolution of the war. So it's not necessarily super bad, but if they have, like, a winning prospect, yeah, I think that they, like, absolutely, like, shouldn't, like, they shouldn't merc up if they, like, have an overwhelmingly powerful force already, probably. This is probably just like a leak. Or just like not a good. Alright. Oh, that's so much antag. Is that just on them though? It's mainly on them. I think we'll look to separate piece him at this point. Dating myself, but this reminds me of the series of Seinfeld. Which one? That's basically murder, to be honest. Look, a drowning child. Let me step over the drowning child. It's just murder. Well, it's funny you should say that. Well, it's not really funny, but it's probably more accurate. But if you are familiar with Peter Singer has a thought experiment where he asks, and he uses that as an example, he asks, would you save a drowning child, even if it meant damaging your $200 shoes? You have a pair of Yeezys. I guess Yeezys isn't good anymore. Jordans. You have a pair of Jordans. Would you ruin them to save the child drowning in a pond? And this isn't actually the thought experiment. This is the setup for the thought experiment. And okay, everyone kind of says, yes, of course I would save the child. And then he asks, well, the follow-up, well, why don't you send money to Africa to save the starving children? And the implication is pretty clear. If your $200 investment could save a life, which it sure as shit can, then why is this different? What's the difference here between the two? And one of them, it's like, okay, it's happening right in front of you, but your ability to affect the saving of a life for a similar cost is not something that I think you can really dismiss lightly, because I think that I think Peter Singer hits on a pretty important point here, which is, in his analysis, which is, to some extent, you are morally responsible for anything that happens that you could have prevented. And all these acts of omissions have consequences. I'm a big fan of that thought experiment. Let's get a little bit more men in here. Maybe they peace out by now. We kind of just want to take one province off them, yeah. And money and war reparations money and... Where's the humiliate? We already clicked it. I think we do this and then we full annex the other guy. This guy who is our subject? We kind of maybe grabbed the wrong province to feed him. I think this will cause, yeah, some people to coalition us, but that's fine, I think. Get anything for piecing these guys out? Other than just, like, money? I'm not going for the province. can't feed him that. I think this is a subject of a subject, though. I can feed him that. Alright, cool. Some marginal gains there. Well, this is maybe not so marginal. Let's integrate the rest of this province, because I think this one's bigger and kind of one we maybe even want to dev. In fact, having abundance and simply hoarding it is an ethical and immoral IMO. Yeah, so I think that this is the case as well, but most contemporary Western intuitions are that if you're not doing something bad, then this is, like, sufficient to not be immoral. And there's an important corollary here, is that the West is generally unforgiving for transgressions. Like, if you do something wrong, then you're, like, immoral for life. And if part of it is about just what acts you commit and not just what you do wrong, then proportionally it's going to be, like, less important in a moral calculus. But yeah, there's, like, an overly large focus on things you do wrong, basically, rather than, like, things you do right or this type of thing. In my opinion, in morality in the West. And I juxtapose this with, like, morality in ancient Greece, which is more centered around, so they have several different words for good, or, like, morally good, or, like, and one of them, and kind of the most prominent one, is arete, which actually, like, translates a little bit closer to being excellence. And to be, like, morally good for the ancient Greeks is to be, like, a well-balanced, well-functioning individual that's, to be excellent in endeavors. Like, there's a moral injunction to being the best version of yourself possible and conducting yourself well. And a failure to do this is, like, a sign of immorality. So, not taking care of your body and going on runs, like, this would not be, for example, a sign of, in contemporary, a sign of immorality. But, like, the habits with which you conduct your life, like, were relevant to the Greeks in terms of their moral judgment. And, like, now they're not relevant at all, in terms of how most people look at it. And not that you necessarily have to do the runs or whatever specifically, or have to have the same value set as the Greeks in terms of what's important. But I do think that the general day-to-day way in which you conduct your life is, like, more relevant than, like, something you did, like, 15 years ago or something, in terms of deciding whether or not you're a moral person. And that's not how, like, the transgression rules-based morality really vibes. It's like, if you did something bad, then fuck you. Which isn't to say doing bad things doesn't count. It definitely counts. It's just like, there's more to it than that. And going on runs doesn't mean you can drown children and have it be okay. Oh. Just always bad traits. I think we were planning on giving this one masonry rights. Is there sand in there? And there's also clay in there. I kind of am into it. Well, it's glass. Gonna make it the masonry there a little bit better. A little bit better. See the RGO also giving 12.5% now because we have the tech for it. I don't agree from my experience. I think historically the church as an institution that got to say what's right and wrong focused a lot on sin to keep people in check. Yeah, so this is, I think that at least in Foucault's like analysis of like the history of morality, he points to the church quite a bit in terms of this rules or sin-based morality. Not very well-read person, but that fear keeps people in check is what I took from it. Well, you also have like fear. You have fear in like the arete ancient Greek sense too. The fear of like not being adequate, whether that means like social failure or like not getting into the Elysian fields or what. I actually don't know what ancient Greeks thought of like the afterlife in like a robust way, but the point is the way in which you fail to get in the Elysian fields is by like failing to be a hero or whatever, right? Not by doing this one thing wrong such that your soul is condemned. Be excellent to each other, yeah. And I'm not saying I like buy in with the Greeks. I'm just saying there's like there's a system by which you can evaluate morality that's like basically just like an atrophied muscle for contemporary West, where they like it's like not even a factor. We're gonna give this one the granary town, but not the one to the right of it, just in case we want to give the one to the right of it the other one, the harbor-based one. What about fear? Prevents morals from degrading. I mean, you can have fear inform it in either way, whether it's punishment of God or what have you. Some people like to make the argument that if fear of God is what makes you behave in a moral way, then you were never moral to begin with, as well. I don't know if I like that argument, but atheists make it in response to the accusation that they couldn't be moral without like a God or this type of thing. Happy spreadsheet, thank you. Or sorry, happy birthday, spreadsheet master, much appreciated. I ran a 5K after I robbed a bank. I think it evens out. Yeah, you're getting it. But like, to some extent, our society is super willing to forgive athletes being shitbags, and I think honestly they're like too forgiving about it, but like that would be an example of like, I guess something resembling like the ancient Greeks in action is that if someone or even actors as well, they just like kind of get the pass a little bit. But I think that like, I think a lot of like actors and athletes and stuff are just like consistently assholes. And I think if someone's an actor or an athlete and they're consistently an asshole, you like should dislike them. Or I think it makes sense to dislike them, and that's generally how I look at it. But also, I don't think one instance burns them for life. Especially if they seem reformed. I don't know, like, I believe redemption's possible. I mean, I kind of don't like him, but I kind of think that, hey, look, we have the town specifically in the province capital. We maybe should have saved for this, but it gets created there, which is where we wanted the town. That way we could create a market there. And with that market there, we will then be able to trade goods to it. And being able to trade goods to it means we will be able to explore out from it. And we won't be turbo-bricked. Do we have to start the exploration before? Okay. Let's do that. So interesting that colonization, like, exploration costs are just, like, linear. You explore more, you pay more, but colonization costs are not linear, they're, like, exponential. Which, like, kind of makes sense from a balance perspective, but is also just, like, a little bit weird. People like a redemption story when it's interpersonal, I think. Yeah, but they also like saying, fuck this person for life. I don't know, I think about Mark Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg beat a guy blind because he was, because he was Asian. And that's an oversimplification. I think the guy was already, like, visually impaired, or there's, like, some complexity there. You can look into it, but I also just enjoy saying the phrase beat blind, or beat a man blind. So Mark Wahlberg beat a man blind. And there are some aspects of Mark Wahlberg I don't like as well. Like, Mark Wahlberg seems to have different political opinions than me. However, it does seem like he's genuinely tried to reform, and he's also trying to, like, do good in his community and give back, to the extent that he's, like, acquired resources. And so, do I think he's the most spectacular person? No. And not even remotely close. But do I think that, like, everyone should hate Mark Wahlberg forever? Probably not. Soy sauce, thank you for the follow. I do, like, all other things equal, though, I will kind of avoid his movies a slight amount. Because I kind of don't like him for, like, beating a man blind. Just steal maps from the natives? Big true. What are we doing with our lives? Not stealing maps from the natives is what we're doing. This is actually, like, the real solution, but it's like, I don't know. You should just be able to, like, trade with them, basically. Florence. I think this calculus is basically the same, where we're supposed to not give a shit, but we're gonna have to declare it. I mean, Naples is just going after it. God, they're so much fucking stronger than us. Is there a world where we get, like, help here? Oh, we can... We can start, like, a world war over this. We have favors with a lot of these guys, so we can pull them into the war. Let's do that. We don't want to actually accidentally go over. We're making 260 even paying for legitimacy, so we're actually in, like, better eco shape than it looks like. Is this a good harbor? It is a good harbor. This is not a good harbor. This does not spark joy. So we'll give this one a granary town. Where I'm reading his Wikipedia now, and holy... Yeah, good old Marky Mark. Marky Mark beat a guy blind. Marky Mark did beat a guy blind. I'm saying I'm willing to, like... You know... I don't know, it's not my place to forgive Marky Mark, but I'm saying when I'm passing moral judgment on Marky Mark for beating a guy blind, I think that it's like, it's a bigger picture than just the time when he beat a guy blind. Just give a Snickers candy native in exchange for a map, big true. Mark Wahlberg took place in a racially motivated attacks as a teenager in 86 and 88. Yeah, Eminem loves Marky Mark, just like me. Good old Marky Mark. We get it in Stettin. Well, the plan was to convert Lutheranism. Unfortunately, this bricks us being emperor and makes it so we can't expand anymore. So, we gotta take a look in the mirror and decide if we want to be emperor or we want to be Lutheran. Or just push it off to later. We do eventually want to go Lutheran. God, this sucks. I think we want to try and see if we can absorb the Teutonic Order first. You're leaving out that he was yelling racial slurs. Oh, man, if we're judging Marky Mark the night he beat a guy blind, I 100% think that's a shitbag, yeah. And then claimed it wasn't racist later on. Well, he was obviously lying later on. Just Jake, thanks. Happy birthday. Thank you, much appreciated. What's the relationship with the Teutons this run? It's good. We're trying to put someone on their throne. As I understand it. Ooh, can we improve the cultural opinion? We need a diplomat. But they say no. Anyways? No, let's do this. But we need to do this interaction here. Hansa. I didn't realize there was an and with the beating the guy blind. Well, I definitely think the beating the guy blind part is the substantive portion more relative to them yelling a racial slur. But that's how they know it was racially motivated. So yeah, the Mark Wahlberg that beat a guy blind. Not a fan of that Mark Wahlberg. Also, don't think he's a very good actor, but it's kind of weird that it makes it its own market, but okay, fair enough. I know it makes sense, just kidding. It feels like it shouldn't, but here we are. We lack the sailors required. We lack? I think we have a... Let's check our auto-expand heuristic. I am so excited for auto-expand coming into vanilla. I think it's going to make the game so much better for so many people who don't know... who have not heard of our Lord and Savior, the auto-expand mod. We're going to up wharfs. I think that we're going to... I almost wish I could do universities by how much pop there is. But I think we're gonna... a single market village one we're gonna put in as well. And we're gonna do this even if the price is like really not looking so good. And this is gonna get things started in our colonies a little bit better. And we're gonna set the heuristic the same for that. So we're gonna expect our colonies as we build them to do this, and we're also gonna do this in subjects. Well, we don't want to do... Actually, I think we do want to do all subjects. We'll do it like that. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like that. We'll do it with a... Hey, I thought we were talking about Marky Mark, not the Beastie Boys. We'll do it with a wiffle ball bat. So... You have a favorite actor or actress? Not Marky Mark. Favorite actor? I have a favorite director, Guy Ritchie. Favorite actor? Philip Seymour Hoffman was really fucking impressive. Daniel Day-Lewis was really good, but I don't know if I would call him my favorite. Man, Philip Seymour Hoffman was so good. I was so... when someone told me he died, I was like, oh, that's... okay, whatever. But I thought it was Dustin Hoffman. But when I learned it was actually Philip Seymour Hoffman, because I don't know my Hoffmans for my Hoffmans, I was very, very upset. Mark beat him blind Wahlberg. There we go. Hey, Tarkus, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Much appreciated. What are all the mods in use? The auto-expand mod and the mod that removes winter attrition in the navies, because I don't want to have to micro it. I feel like the changes coming in 1.3 are super exciting and really promising. I agree, yet Reddit seems negative. Reddit is fucking... It's not everyone on Reddit as well, but like, the community... The level of negativity from the community towards EU5 right now, to me, just like, seems insane. I think the community is just like... I am in agreement with a lot of the complaints on the substance of the matter, but like the degree to which people are negative, I think is just like completely like disproportionate to like the offenses of development in a way that's like not remotely close. Like I think as far as like studios, the size of Paradox goes, I think Paradox treats its customers pretty well. And I think that the devs make a really strong effort, and they don't necessarily get everything like perfect, but like I think that the people are acting like the studio robbed them and Johan strangled their child. Is Guy Ritchie pilled Pog? Yeah, basically. I'm trying to think who's my favorite actor. Jeffrey Rush is really good. Gary Oldman's really good. I'm trying to think if there's like an actor where I'm like, if I see that guy, if I see that he's in a movie, I like have to watch it. Michael Shannon's really fucking good. I really like watching Michael Shannon get pissed. He does angry, I think, like, so incredibly well. Like Superman or Man of Steel or whatever, not that great a movie, but like Michael Shannon in it is fucking so good. I will find him, Laura. I will find him. And you're just like, wow, that's incredible. Yeah. Yes, dear viewer, he hates you specifically. I don't know if you've experienced this, Tarkus, but like I post a video at EU5, nobody flames me. Half the comments are just flaming the devs and or like the game, and I'm just like, bruh. Love Gary Oldman, love, yeah. Everyone! Yeah. I'm trying to think, oh, the guy who plays Green Goblin does a really good job. I think, my favorite female actress, favorite is, like, different than who I think is best. Like, best is, like, either Cate Blanchett or the African-American woman who is in The Color Purple, Viola Davis, I think. She needs to save some talent for the rest of us. She's, like, the two of them are really, really good. Normally I think of it in terms of skill rather than, like, favorite. Because favorite is different. Favorite's like, oh, I want to see that movie because this guy's in it. And I don't want to see every Viola Davis movie or every, like, Cate Blanchett movie. I just recognize that they are really, really good actresses. It's evident they care compared to most other game studios. Yeah, if you compare them to the big AAA, like, Paradox is also not, like, in the same size category as, like, a AAA studio. They're not, like, that far off of it, but they're not, like... Actually, they're, like, compared to, like, a small AAA, they're, like, not that far off. Compared to big AAA, they're really far off. But, can we get lumber cheaper? Maybe we should try and figure this out a little bit. So if we have a place... I think if we have some place that is making tools, or that we are going to use the tool thing on, we should have lumber there. And I think we're going to do that here. Because we have the naval supplies rights. So let's add the lumber mill auto expand there. And then we're probably going to have a glut of pops in areas that we're leaving rural. So maybe we go lumber mill in these as well. We can't in all of them. It's fair. There is a requirement. Might help to just like look at where. I will find him, Laura! I think that we just go for the lumber mills close to the market capital as well. I don't think we're gonna squeeze ourselves out too hard in terms of building slots. Especially building slots are less pressured with the new metagame of wanting to build slightly outside the capital more because you get production efficiency bonuses in more places. So I do think it changes it up a little bit. Yeah, we'll also lumber mill here and lumber mill here, and this should help to bring lumber prices down because now they've been kind of consistently high. I get stuff like that with Vic 3 mostly, but I don't make EU5 content. I've never seen the Vic 3 like community, even like close to release when they were really negative. I've never seen them anywhere near this negative. Misgivings towards developers are at an all-time high. Paradox is wide, it feels sometimes. Yeah, I mean, the Vic 3 patch wasn't super well received. I think it was, like, a good, like, a solid, like, builder patch. Like, it didn't necessarily add so much fun itself, like the latest one, but it's just gonna be insane in the future, but, like, that was, like, a rough rollout, like, right into a free week. Hey, journalist, hey, chat, what did I walk into? Maggie Smith, Judi Dench, Laura Dern. I think Kate Blanchett's a lot better than Judi Dench, personally. Judi Dench is definitely good, though. Your doggy daddy, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you, Nicholas, for the well wishes. I think my favorite is still the better measurement. I mean, Ryan Gosling is literally me, but may not be the best actor. I think Ryan Gosling actually has a decent amount of range. But sometimes you actually... You know who's like a... Like, Jason Momoa's a shitty actor. Or he never does anything with range, but I kind of like him. Tom Cruise is a really good actor that never shows any range anymore. He might have even, like, lost it to some extent. I guess Tom Hardy's one of my favorite actors. If I see Tom Hardy's in something, it'll make me want to watch it a lot more. So... Got my D&D group shared a great anecdote about Judi Dench the other week. He was at a play in London with his wife, and the most graphically violent thing he's ever seen. 2 seats over was Judi Dench, highly engrossed in the performance. Interesting. Happy birthday, journalist. Thank you, Ludwig. Hope you have have a good day. It's kind of early-ish in the day for me. Having a good one so far. Reddit Dev Tire, doing some streaming. We'll see where it goes. Always love your content. Much love. Much appreciated, my guy. Tom Hardy is so nice. Yeah. I don't know how good I think Tom Hardy is as an actor. I definitely think, like, he has range. Like, he takes different roles. I think that... I generally like him in really intense roles. Although I did like him in Rock and Rolla, of course, Guy Ritchie movie I would be familiar with. Brad Pitt's an example of someone who I think is a relatively good actor, but he's, like, been an asshole recently, and that makes me not want to watch his movies. So, like, I would rather watch a Mark Wahlberg movie, even though what Brad Pitt has done seems less shitty than what Mark Wahlberg's done, mainly because Mark Wahlberg seems, like, more reformed and more far removed from him being an asshole and beating a guy blind. Way better than Judi Dench, how dare you? Sorry, man. It's just the way it is. It's a little lay of the land. Max RGO size in rural is going to be so trash now as a modifier. I think we want the extra governor, though. In terms of, like, looking what we can get. I think we've gotten also a lot of the better... I guess we have cabinet laws to get. Possible urban rights in the capital seems like somewhat medium. The fact that there's nothing that gives additional urban rights anywhere but in the capital is, like, feels a little weird to me, but, like, also there's not too many urban rights to give out, so it's not like it doesn't feel that bad or something like this, but it just seems like a little bit weird. I guess we'll go for that governor, yeah. Feels a little bad, but okay. Tom Hardy is a very good actor, I think. He's, like, good at intense roles, but, like, I feel like I haven't seen him in something that is... Like, a lot of Tom Hardy's characters are like, yeah, that's a Tom Hardy character. And he does the grunting silent type, like, really, really well. But, like... you're seeing, like, Tom Hardy, like, layered with the character. And, like, someone like Daniel Day-Lewis, you, like, don't see Daniel Day-Lewis anymore. I don't even know who Daniel Day-Lewis is. I've never seen the guy. I've never heard of him. I've just seen characters he plays. Tom Hanks was always my go-to as a must-watch actor. Not a huge fan of Tom Hanks. In terms of his acting. It's not that I think it's bad, I don't know. Maybe I just don't like the type of roles he takes. I often struggle with prioritizing research in the game. What are the texts of the noob traps? I mean, there's a lot of texts that are noob traps. That's a tough one. There's a lot of dead modifiers. Like, well, actually, Initiative might be okay. I was under the impression that it was super dead. And then, like, the latest dev diary, they said that, like, it was overtuned. And I was just like, what? But supply limit's, like, not an important modifier. Maybe Initiative lets you get away a little bit better, but you can see we skipped both the Initiative texts. A lot of, researching additional military texts is, like, actively bad. I guess that's the noob trappiest. You kind of just want the unit you're going to use, and nothing else, because this increases the amount of pops you lose to mercs. If you research more of them, which is not intuitive at all. I don't know how big a leak it is, but it's also just, like, not helpful. Because in general, you should just, like, spam the bejesus out of, heavy calves and just, like, kind of ignore everything else anyway. So we're not going to research our unique unit, because I think that the bonuses on this is actually not enough to offset heavy cav. Merc spam isn't being addressed in 1.3, kills the game for me. I honestly am not a huge hater on merc spam. It's getting indirectly addressed by them slowing down the eco, though, is maybe something worth considering. Because a big part of it is the AI accumulating more money and never spending it, and having this huge bank, and then they unload the bank. If the AI is facing an existential war and they have a huge bank, they absolutely should, like, unload it on mercs and just, like, rip into you. Like, in my opinion. But we'll also grab that. But if they are worse at accumulating a big bank, then that decreases the amount of mercs that happen, right? So, if the eco changes are substantive at slowing things down, then that should also decrease mercs. Legislative efficiency, so important, yeah. Never pass up a chance to dunk on Nicolas Cage's lack of acting. I actually think Nicolas Cage is a decent actor. He just, like, picks roles where he can phone it in, and then, like, doesn't put in a lot of effort. But, like, Nicolas Cage, like, Nicolas Cage, I think, is, like, actually capable of acting. He just, like, has fun and gets paid for it to be on screen. Yeah. Do we even bother with German Cultural River Monument Vortex? Maybe. This is a calculus that I haven't done. Basically, the question is are these better? So these give you an important thing. They give you burgers, and they give you burgers in rural locations. And so what the question is that, are these better than market villages? Even though you have to pay more for them. And they have tar as an input, which is, like, actively bad. They might be better than market villages, because market villages kind of suck balls, too. For getting your burger potential promotions in a rural location. Also, almost all the burger pop promotions were, like, cut in half in terms of how many you get, and this looking at it, I'm not sure that it did get cut in half. Maybe it was 100 before, but yeah, this actually, they might be reasonable. Noble literacy bonus sucks ass, so you almost have to burn 2 bad things to get him, but it might be just better than the other one. But like, probably don't really want to have to go with it. What do you mean? I had Pope join Castile and a nation basically eaten by Naples. They had 150k troops. Well, the entire way the Pope gets money should maybe be a little bit different. Nick Cage is super underrated. Yeah, Nick Cage just like, Nick Cage wants a paycheck and to have fun acting, and I think he just does that, and I think he's just happy. It's kind of like how that's shaken out, you know? Nicolas Cage already done, he's just having fun now. That's kind of basically exactly what I think. Trying to think of an example of him doing a character where I think he did like a spectacular job as an example, though, and I can't come to anything. I would maybe need to think that through a little bit more regarding Nick Cage. But I'm pretty sure there's roles that he's done like actually a good job in. Where it hasn't been like a Nicolas Cage job type feel. And now it's like, yeah. He's bought in New Orleans a 10-foot tall pitch black pyramid on the top of his grave. Interesting. Lack of acting delivery versus lack of acting ability is still a lack of acting. I don't know, because he gets like paid to be like Nick Cage too. He gets paid to like the people that hire him don't want him to like. I feel like the people who hire him want him to, like, do his thing. I don't know. But I mean, you might be right about him just having fun and getting paid. That's why the dunks are fun. Yeah, I mean, I think he also has a really good attitude about it. We're kind of just waiting for our heir, or not our heir, like our second line to come of age. He's 10 right now. God. You got no issue with France appanage spamming mercs? I mean, the whole area of Europe is unplayable. Well, like, historically speaking, like, mercs were, like, a big deal during this time period. There's maybe too many of them available, but like, Elias, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. What I hear people suggest is just make the AI hire less mercs, which I think is, like, that as a solution's awful. Like, if you want to make mercs less available or merc prices to go up as you hire more and more of them because demand is going up, or make mercs, like, stacks smaller, all of that I'm kind of open to because 100k is, like, a lot relative to history, but also our standing army relative to history is absolutely fucking enormous because you didn't really have standing armies during this time period, but people want their standing army, and it's like, okay. Like, if you want to talk about a historical realism thing, like, we probably shouldn't have a standing army at all. Good in National Treasure. He's decent in Con Air. Leaving Las Vegas, he received a Golden Globe for Best Actor. Yeah, so Leaving Las Vegas is probably the good example. I haven't seen him in that in forever, though, so, like, I have, like, almost no recollection of that movie. Alright, we can... I think we got the collapse on... Oh, what's this about? Oh, it's heading to 1.4. Yeah, so we put in some stuff on the lumber, and now it's starting to head down a little bit. Still a little bit sticky. I think we'll wait for lumber to get under 1.5. Recently saw an interview where the Spider Noir cast and said he also knows he's in a cage and plays it up to on set too. He seems fun. Yeah. Like... He was in the movie with, like, Pedro Pascal that just basically makes fun of him for being Nick Cage, right? Ashir11, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So, Like, Keanu Reeves is like... Keanu Reeves reminds me of, like, what Nick Cage would be if, like, Nick Cage was a bad actor. Like, Keanu Reeves is not a good actor. When he does, like, dramatic roles that don't involve someone killing his dog, like, he's just not very good at them. But he's really good at, like, the action hero or the stoner guy. And so... But he doesn't have skill in a range, but, like, Keanu Reeves also, like, knows that's, like, his lane, and, like, he's also, like, an awesome human being, so I like Keanu Reeves. But I don't think he's a good actor. If Keanu Reeves is in something, it makes me really want to watch it. Even though I don't think he's good. I thought he did good in Lord of War. Oh, I loved Lord of War. Lord of War was so good. They call me the Lord of War, but I'm beginning to think it's you. It's Warlord. Thank you, but I prefer it my way. Ethan Hawke is really good. Ethan Hawke was in that. Ethan Hawke has a lot of range. I enjoy him. No, I agree with Mercs being big, but it should be sensible. Yeah, I mean, like, the regulars should be smaller too, and maybe even, like, all the numbers should maybe be smaller. I don't know how you can play with so many top bar alerts that I just, like, my brain filters them out. I ignore them except for the ones that I know are important. Like, in my head, these are all just, like, irrelevant, and I just don't care. Which is maybe not the best way of doing things, but it's how I do business. We could use this to get after Lüneburg. We could also cancel Saxony's alliance with them, so that's not an issue, because we have enough favors with Saxony that we can break off an alliance. We can isolate them from their allies. Happy birthday. Thank you, Casey. Much appreciated. Thank you for your in-depth content. You're very welcome. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, thank you. We have to be spending more. We do have... Is Dyes on 2 specializations? I don't know how I feel about that. I think Dyes is actually on 2 specializations. God, that's a head scratcher a little bit. Also, I'm not sure what we're actually specializing in here. We probably should only build 1. Grim. Maybe we burn that bridge when we get to it. Tooling Guild do need kind of more of those somewhere. Do have a couple places where we have iron. It's not gonna be enough for us to get us to spend down. College Humor did a skit about what it's like to be Nicolas Cage's agent. Still worth a watch. I think I've seen that one before. I think I remember it being really funny. What changes after forming Prussia in EU5? I mean, eventually we get access to just hyper OP cabinet action. It's been nerfed quite a bit, so it's capped, but it gives you extra discipline. So Prussia, I think, has the highest theoretical discipline, especially if you do weird stuff, but we're not doing weird stuff. Just compare 1 marks versus getting regulars. Regulars are bonkers in cost comparison. I don't think there's a point at all to have them. Just go straight to merc spam. No need to pay for them outside of a war. Well, there are, just to be clear, there are a bunch of negative modifiers as the ages go later. I think that they took their asses out. I think they made the modifiers invisible, which I really hate. But some of the age modifiers used to affect mercs, and like amount of mercenaries minus 90%. Like this was amount of mercenaries minus 40%. This was like a time period, you know, the Renaissance and for a while after it, that was dominated by mercs. At least in Europe. I heard the new Spider-Man Noir series with Nick Cage is really good. I need to watch that, yeah. That seems like a very campy, fun time. Which is like kind of more in the mood for. Just finished The Boys and that was like really disappointing. And I don't watch very many television shows. It'll probably be a while before I get to the Spider-Man Noir thing, but The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, so good. Nick Cage was very good in Pig. Keanu Reeves is just a nice guy. Yeah. Keanu Reeves. Also, he's had a, like, really shit life, so... Not that that makes him, like, a nicer guy or anything, but... Feels bad, man. Keanu Reeves is the worst part of one of Bram Stoker's Dracula, was still one of my favorite movies. Or your favorite movies, yeah. He's, you know, he's just not a good actor. Which is absolutely fine. Jason Statham, also not a good actor. I enjoy him in a lot of movies. Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is great, but it's literally just him being paid to play Nick Cage. Yeah, but like, okay, do we think Tom Cruise is a shit actor? Because Tom Cruise does the same character every time now. I mean, like, he produces a lot of the stuff he works in, or he gets a lot of, like, creative freedom within it, so he wants it to be that way. But he doesn't, like, have, like, show any range anymore. I've watched some videos on price collapse for various RGOs, and I still can't make the info translate in your brain. Being dumb is... No, you're not dumb. It's way harder to do now. They changed the math on it, and especially if there's multiple inputs. I forgot kind of the best way to explain it, but it's like it counts how much of a decrease you have in the total aggregate, like, summed base price of goods as a consequence of the good being cheap. And so what this means is that if you are split between multiple goods, it gets harder to collapse. But is a little bit less hard if proportionally that particular good is a higher input. But collapsing the overall price now requires a much bigger price decrease, such that you generally don't get very collapsed prices at all unless it is one singular industry and you really, really push it down. How high is the dev in the capital? I think it's around 50. 49. Our highest dev is actually 50 here in Stettin. They are getting, or we're getting, is the location, or is the, what is it, place for a colonial charter. They were having that a little while ago. HRE tends to get giga huge, though. Because the HRE has... Actually, let's just double check. These aren't going through. What do we need? Naval supplies. Got it. Let's kind of maybe talk through. The HRE has, like, this. On top of these guys, like, this seems so gratuitous. You have 67 in 50, this isn't even the highest one. We have, like, 1 over 70. These OPMs, like, with this urban right, that already, like, this just seems too much to me. Or they need to make the max dev, like, 200, because they're gonna hit cap. They're gonna hit cap, like, halfway through the campaign. The combination of them being already OPMs just get an insane amount of dev, because they use dev province, and they also host their parliament only in their capital, or in the one location they have. So this spins up dev super high in a way that I think dev should be pushed in a different way. I think that wealth should be accumulated within a province, and that accumulation of wealth should be a driver of development. But and that there should be like material goods more so, like, and that like this gets raided when places conquer, and then the armies carry money as well and stuff like this. But quite a lot of dev here. And Germany gets a lot. Italy ends up getting a lot as well. Happy Wednesday. Thank you, Kareth. Much appreciated. Does anyone play more than 200 to 300 hours deep or years deep? Sometimes. Not very often. Boys really petered out at the end. Yeah, I mean, for me, like, it just got, like, too on the nose. The people on Reddit are, like, really upset about it. Like, stuff making fun of the boys is, like, making front page quite consistently on Reddit. But, like, even before then, for me, like, I was even describing it as, like, too on the nose. But, like, the thing is, I'm already, like, invested. Like, I feel like I have to watch the end of it, but as a society, we need to embrace, like, stopping watching shitty shows when they start getting shitty. The thing is, like, the enjoyment is relatively high, but the enjoyment is just a cashing in on higher quality. Hey, we can put Martin Luther in cabinet, see what he rolls. Let's put Martin Luther in, not because it's good, but because we can. I think we could actually execute him now. Can we castrate? No. Alright. But just to, like, to improve the ecosystem, like, I feel like showrunners and the, like, these streaming studio, like, services and this type of stuff don't actually get properly punished by the consumer for putting out, like, shitty tail ends of shows. Only thing I've seen Tom Cruise ever be good in is A Few Good Men. I really liked him in The Last Samurai. Like, in retrospect, that's, like, a major, like, white savior type movie, and, like, the premise is maybe shit, but, like, I thought he did a really good job in it. What are the natural borders of Brandenburg? Something like this. You share a birthday? Happy birthday, my guy. Tom Cruise is a terrible person. 100% agree. Even if you make allowances for him being a cult, he was horrible to Nicole Kidman while they were together. I feel like that first clause is like carrying a lot of... It's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Even if you ignore the fact that XYZ shitty thing, here's another shitty thing. No, I don't like Tom Cruise as a person. I think he's a really good actor. And not just Nicole Kidman. Who's the other woman who he, like, berated, like... Or he didn't berate... He berated, like... He berated someone regarding SSRIs or something like that. And, like, yeah, I mean, like, they just don't believe in medication, basically. SSRIs have some problems, but I can't remember as well. So centralization, crown power is still not the default rush anymore? No, it's not. The thing is it's too good to have subjects do various things for you in terms of getting, like, free cabinet actions from the subjects. Although this patch is a lot worse, so, like, if you wanted to go centralization, it'd probably be kind of okay. But playing through the subjects is too strong, and you get a... When you have subjects, it gives you trend towards decentralization. So if you're going to get the trend anyways, you might as well max out the decentralization. In fact, let's... The free imperial city rights remain even after losing the free city status. I recently played in the Aachen campaign where I received the Carolingians, and Aachen had crazy dev with the land reform. Sounds about right. We're kind of getting a little bit of dev. We're trying out that land reform. It's not going to, I guess, show it properly in the breakdown. But this is really, really good. It does mean you get fewer... I think the theoretical top end of the nation is lower without the additional governors, but it's interesting. The people on Reddit are really upset about it. Categorically true statement. It's categorically true that the people on Reddit are really upset, but it's not categorically true that they're really upset about it pertaining to a specific thing. So while it is a natural truth that they are upset, it's not necessarily the case that they would normally be upset at the boys. You know, when asked their opinion on any given thing, Reddit, of course, is upset about it. But something making the front page about Reddit over something, I think, is worth mentioning. I already knew the ending because of the YouTube shorts. Womp womp. Gen V was surprisingly good, especially season 2. I was not a fan of Gen V. I thought, like... I think I also enjoyed the first season of it more. I watched both of them, though. Which one gives us the most stimulus? I think it's the meritocratic recruitment. But we value the equilibrium more of the nobles. Pardon me. Yeah, because we are at like 90% here, but yeah, I think we'll go with the nobles. Oh, we don't want the progress towards aristocracy, just kidding. Efficiency of cabinet's kind of nice. This is, clerics give a very similar amount of stimulus as burghers, so this is more economic stimulus. This is a flat amount, though. It's not a scaling amount, so I think we'll go with administrative clergy. Oh, we don't want the progress towards traditionalist either. Well, I guess we're going meritocratic recruitment. So much for all that. If you were pushing centralization, though, it's clear slam dunk dynastic administration. This is an interesting law where the changes to the centralization meta made, like, the one, like, auto-pick thing suddenly terrible. Because now you don't... I don't think you pick dynastic administration, like, ever. Sunken costs of watching TV shows. Did you become emperor? Yes, we did. We are emperor. Tubers love to make shorts of comics. Yeah. Watching shows after the bad seems like sunk cost fallacy. It seems adjacent. I actually think, like... I think even if something's shitty, like, you actually get to enjoy it a decent amount if you like the IP. Day After Tomorrow is good. Oh, and no. So what does this mean for peasant enfranchisement? Is it good? Or should it be ignored? I think that it's probably a little bit more complicated than this because low taxing the peasants has some value. Or that low taxing the peasant sat bonus is better than the noble sat bonus. And also the peasant satisfaction informs location satisfaction a bit more, but I think broad strokes, you look at it from the perspective of whoever I'm able to tax a higher percentage, I want getting the money. So if I can tax the peasants at I could tax the peasants at 53% and I could tax the nobles at 47%, I would prefer there to be enfranchisement because I'd prefer them to get the money because I can tax them more. Nobles build better stuff with their money, but that stops mattering pretty soon or pretty early. The estates can only build max 25 things, so eventually it just like gets bricked. So if you have a lot of food like France, should you just urbanize all the slots? Kind of, yeah. And switch, like theoretically you want to switch theocracy as well. So that you can get more government power without having to pay anything for it. See, here we're going to have to pay extra for several months for what we did. Happy birthday, thank you, thank you. Is aristocratic still good? Yeah. I don't know if the trade building... So actually, as far as I understand, the trade building modifier is broken. We can actually double check that right now, so maybe let's do that. People have told me that it's broken, and it kind of looks broken. Yeah, we're not seeing anything that we're getting as a consequence of that, so I do think it's broken. If that's broken, I just think you're not getting enough stimulus from the possible burgers. You're getting around 10% the stimulus from possible burgers that you do possible nobles. If that modifier wasn't dead, it's maybe a little bit more interesting. If you're Byzantium, I'd say you want dynastic because the bureaucracy to be able to do to the estates. Yeah, but what exactly does it give it for Byzantium? Hold the phone. Oh, it also gives bureaucracy cost or something. It just doesn't show here. Why not dynastic? I think that, well, the thing is, this is a flat modifier, not a scaling modifier, so it's not super, super good, but its question of the estate satisfaction is probably one of the better parts. Efficiency in cabinet's not super terrible. We want meritocratic recruitment, though. Just giving us a little bit of burger sat and some stimulus. Yeah. Maybe dynastic administration would have been better. Decreasing power seems, relative to like what else is going on, kind of maybe weak though, because like if you look at the power modifiers that are like presence on these guys, they're gonna have an ass ton of modifiers. So like affecting them by 10% is like kind of minimal because they're already affected by all of this. They're like plus 500%, and then you're decreasing that 500% by a slight amount. Book's bureaucracy gives them almost a 100% reduction to all estates power. So stacking that with dynastic admin is better. Maybe, yeah. Is the subjective interaction asked to improve cultural opinion still a thing? I have a vassal with favors and it's not there. So there's two different... there should be one that appears at the top of the list when you have the cooldown. There's a 50-year cooldown for subjects that you can use. You cannot use the friendly improve cultural opinion unless you release them as a subject. So the cheesy thing to do is to generate favors with the subject, get them to 100, release them, and then improve twice, and then annex them. I'm not a huge fan of doing that because I think it's a little bit cheeky, but that is, in theory, going to be quite strong. Shout out to construction, though. I think we have literal everything urbanized that we want urbanized. The only thing is the sand and I guess this wheat we were maybe sitting on. Oh, 16,000 food storage. I wonder what like the next market over is. Keeping in mind that we're not the only source. Oh, it's a way bigger market, to be fair. It's a lot less than I was thinking it would be. Yeah, I was building some of those too. I think I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Also just want to get up and move around a little bit. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. birthday offering was left outside my door. Half a can of Pringles. Riveting gameplay? Sorry, George, my bad. It's a little bit of waiting. Post spreadsheets in chat? How dare you? Mods ban this man. Alright. He's our heir. We're waiting for him to come of age, basically. Maybe we could speed this up a little bit. Kind of feel bad, like, not doing the eco things to the very maximum here. Maybe we choose some industries. I think we've done everything in our home province in terms of choosing specialization. I guess maybe not. Guess we'll do this. And then add textile rights. And here we already have the paper. Maybe let's stop with the Spinners Guild. It's so profitable. But embrace printing rights here. Do some of that action. The fact that both have die maker is awkward as hell. Free Pringles, that's what I'm saying. You guys want to see the Pringles? There's the Pringles. I wonder if he gives it to us. It's been rejected. Alright. I don't know. If we don't stop him, who will? We're planning on joining the Protestants anyways, but let's send an insult. Are these specializations a mod or just German specific? They are in the base game. These specializations. There are some that are German specific. But none that we just showed. These are mostly vanilla. Magdeburg rights is not. Lubeck's rights is not. The Upper Burgerall is not. As I understand it, we might be able to put those in on the Amber, but I'm not sure. We do have a German one here, and this is the reason we urbanized the iron. The Lower Burgerall, or however it's pronounced, because it gives max RGO size. So kind of keen on that. How do you grow enough pop in a city to get a megalopolis? Well, where's our migration map mode? We have this unpinned. Dev is a pretty big driver of migration attraction. And so hosting your parliament in the capital every time to increase development. That can help a lot. You can see in our capital we have 400,000 or around 100,000 pops. We have to get to 400,000. Just doing general things to increase pop is really good. It's a lot easier if you do slave raiding, because if you just only have a slave center in the place with the market capital or in the capital, you can just put only the slave center there and all the slaves will go there and you can get to 400,000 pretty easy. Although taking that many slaves into one location will force you to drop a core, which is like funky. Yeah, just general pop growth stuff, and then maybe you put a migration edict down for forever. I don't know, we might end up doing this. The Pringles history is interesting. What happened with the Pringles history? Wow, we're getting wrecked on the Imperial Authority. I think you have to, like, pass a lot of stuff before the religious issues. Basically. And we're planning on flipping anyway, so... We also have a bunch of money here, but we're just gonna call in Austria and Boho. We want to move towards Uranus. The die has been cast. Is this us jumping into the Italian wars? Indeed. Crossing the Rubicon time. The Holy Roman League. We've started a war in Italy. The Nords have a good max urban control, right? That's... What is it exactly? Max control as a modifier just in general is insane. How do you manage complacency? You force a coalition after a certain point and paying for diplomacy. We don't have much brewing here at all, though. Mr. Pringles beat a guy blind. Not like this. Not like this. Kind of want to see what happens here. So currently they don't have any mercs. I want to see how many mercs they hire and then how many we get hired and try and figure out from there. Before the auto-expand mod, during the dark times, this used to be so good because you would just wait until you pip this and then spend all your money down. Now we're going to pass it for the little bit of extra land push. I think we're just going to let this ride. Does it not tell us how many mercs are involved? Oh, did our fleet get wrecked? Light ships and one heavy? I don't know if that wins. I mean, we're not yet in the environment where We have one heavy is the thing. They also, they probably don't have fleet. Ooh, that's the vibe. They probably don't have fleet basing rights, but we definitely can't beat that navy. Just kidding, we didn't mean it. Do you see any merc hires? I'm actually not even 100% sure that they show up in the UI for this. So Austria kind of drawn the first little bit out. Tingsgrat, which gives 10% minus extra control. What the hell? That's insane. Minus 10%, 20% local crown power, plus 10 max control. That's a lot. Mr. Pringle's extruded potato dough into a hyperbolic parabolid. That sounds about right. Happy birthday, thank you, thank you. I'm glad I could catch the stream. Welcome, Ula Dog. How's it going? It's General's birthday? Yes, it is. It is indeed my birthday. I was born on the 27th of May, some time ago. Oh, versus France. No, let's not have multiple wars at the same time, eh? I really hope the balance of powers here just actually accurately tells us if they have mercs or not. Naples has been fighting, so maybe they just don't have money for mercs. I find that somewhat unsatisfying. Okay, I think that we're gonna need food rights as well. Otherwise we just run out of food when we... Holy shit! Pavaliniax, thank you so very much for the $200. Much appreciated, my guy. Birthday tribute to the professor? Thank you, thank you. Holy. I think that's the second biggest donut I've ever gotten. Wowza. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated, my guy. Keep up with the content? Thank you. Is there a specific thing you'd maybe like to see? Have a Linux? Linux? Oh no, we have to click a button. No. Sometimes our buttons get funny. How powerful are our burgers that... Holy shit, our burgers are powerful. I didn't even realize. We need sailors. You know what we need is... I don't think we even have the dock tech. I think I'm being a silly Billy here. We don't need it for proximity, but boy, do we need it for sailors, actually. I think we just kind of, like, skipped out. No? Holy shit, I'm blind. It has to be here somewhere. We have dock. Let's do that. For the manpower. Great to think that it's only 4 more years until you can legally create and look at spreadsheets. Shh. Don't tell the authorities on me. Many years ago, something grew inside of your mouth and that thing was you. True. Straight facts. Spitting them. Right, we do just run out of food if we walk across, or do they change that? The HRE is kind of annoying, because you don't get, like, food access. You just get, like, actual land access. Oh, you get food access now? Alright, sweet. Sweet. So we need to take Florence, the province. So let's head down to around here, maybe. Just look to not accidentally stack wipe our stack. Oh, if we want to hire mercs. Okay. I think we're going to hire the biggest merc stack we can that has a decent chunk of cavalry that is from this age if we can. So these have arquebusiers from this age. No cav from this age. I mean, all the units are from the age, but we can't hire much cav. We might just go with the Polish option, though. Okay, and we will take as many cavalry as we can. As many heavy infantry. We have to hire it back here? Alright. We will hire it for 5 years instead. I think this might be a long war. We will see, though. Hope to see 1.3 well received by the community and the devs for to get high quality feedback. Boy, do I hope as well. But like, the community reception also like affects me like to some degree. Although like I don't think I'm directly responsible for the game. Although I am in the credits, so maybe I somewhat am. I don't think so. I think we will continue to get our humanist push via that. We'll let these guys' morale recover. I don't think we randomly get blitzed by some idiot. But we're still gonna... a little bit of risky bisky here. Going through the mountains. Given the presence of winters. Let's slow down. Oh, now you're running out of food. Fuck. Let's get food access, brother. A little bit of attrition there. Just saw the 1.3 changelog recap and I'm excited to get back into EU5. It is looking pretty good. There's some changes in there I think are a little bit weird, but I think that I agree with an overwhelming majority of the changes in there. And that maybe I'm just like nitpicking to the extent that I maybe have an issue. Alright, we're looking, we're regaining, we're bobbing, we're weaving. What do we have here? What are we working with? How much of these are levies? It's like we got a big chunk of regulars. Or like 5-6 regulars. Yeah, so we should be able to just absolutely insanely demolish these guys because of our mercs. So let's get to it. Mercs in first. We want them to attrition if anyone attritions. And levies and such in second. 35k damage. Kind of into that. We'll let these guys siege there. We'll keep the other stack here. Wow. The war is 1/3 done. The, like, way bigger war score cost from stuff is, like, kind of interesting. What do we have here? I know we can't have these guys assault because they're mercs. But how big is the siege? Okay, it's big. I reached the end date for the first time today. Congratulations. Generalist has been illegally viewing. Shh! Shh! Don't tell anyone. I saw people on Reddit complaining about 1.2, 1.3, and one of the main things that they haven't done is they haven't fixed Japan. But I'm pretty sure they fixed a good amount of stuff in 1.2. I have to double check. I guess maybe we take a look at 1.3. I think that Japan also has, like, a gameplay pattern specifically that is really rough, that is, like, unfixable, which is, like, it feels like, or maybe it's not unfixable, but it feels like it takes 100 years to start your campaign, because your campaign kind of starts with Sengoku Jidai, and you're kind of waiting for it, to some extent, and then that part feels a little bit, I think, rough, like, no matter what. Jose Badass TV, thank you for the follow, much appreciated, my guy. Not often you hear generals say the hard F. I don't know which hard F you're referring to. I mean, I say the curse word occasionally, it's just, the curse word's not that, I don't have a problem with saying it. I guess I'd probably say it a little bit less on stream than I would otherwise, just because, like, I am self-moderating to some extent, but I don't have, like, a rule against saying it. The issue with Japan is an issue with building-based countries. Yeah, like, I'm not sure how solvable an issue it is. Oh, there's just actually not enough food. So let's walk our asses back to there. I haven't played building-based countries at all, not gonna lie. I kind of wrote them off mentally as something that sounded fun in multiplayer. Setting versus single player, they're not that playable right now. They, like, the gameplay patterns aren't interesting enough, in my opinion. Can we get this guy's food as well? We can, okay. This kind of works then. Happy birthday, bro. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. You can't take over the shogunate, and so in order to form Japan, you need to go to war and annex literally every single building-based daimyo in Japan. Yeah. I have to, like, I mean, I guess I have to check, like, after the new stuff's come in. Oh, why is Boho sitting on top of me? I think they're causing some of this food shortage. Why are you sitting on top of me, dog? Get out of here. Supply shortage indeed. Oh, looks like our food's actually okay. Never mind, just kidding, I guess. Played Barney in multiplayer and had fun, but all the players decided to kick you out. Were you joining wars and being annoying and hiring mercs behind enemy lines? Like, I could see dealing with a merc player being very annoying, yeah. In theory, if I feed a subject to another subject, can I then use improved cultural opinion from the friendly tab instead of the vassal one, bypassing the cooldown? Ooh, maybe. If that works, let me know. That's funny, if you can. Using the non-subject interaction, yeah. It seemed to me like building-based countries are a heavy commitment because they aren't as modular with the other game systems, and you have to teach each one in isolation. Yeah, or make more systems for them specifically. There just aren't enough things for them to do. Like, too much, yeah, exactly. Too much of the game revolves around, like, the other stuff, like owning locations. And there's not enough, like, if there's, like, more teeth to interacting with the states, and there's a way to... Son of a bizzle. I needed to focus up. Please don't retreat all the way into the fucking abyss. God damn it. Ferrara not giving us food access also kind of sucks. I mean, I think we're consuming a lot of food. There's like there's a food issue. One thing I'd like to see is that mercs don't vaporize levies. I think, like, the biggest issue with the mercs doing well against levies is that it's just visually unclear what you're fighting against. Like, we probably fought against mercs there, and we probably should have retreated. Oh, no! No, no, Coral! Oh, we're gonna lose our entire stack. Fuck, I gotta pay closer attention. God damn it. Our stack's locked in with low morale. It's just dead. This guy might be dead too. I'm trying to play fast and read chat at the same time. God, that sucks. At least these guys get there first, I guess. I don't think it matters if these guys are mercs. These guys are mercs, we're just super fucked. Oh, this is just so lame. All right. Nope. I got all the correct age. Oh, the supply line is like so long too. But let's just go for another max stack of mercs. Does it feel the case, or is it more integrated than I mentally give them credit for via pure changelog skimming? I think that's fair. Building-based countries are kind of like not real runs to some extent. French females? Okay. The real F words. The gamer F words? Nah, well, I actually don't. I think the gamer F word is a different F word. Yeah, Imperial Restoration sucks because there's literally zero flavor. I don't know if I 100% agree that it's a Goku Jedi thing. You put a lot of legwork getting yourself up for the realm divide beforehand. Yeah, but you're like, the building-based countries, I think, like, even if you can acquire an advantage, I'm not sure they're, like, rewarding to play, and so you're getting a maybe not so rewarding, like, country to play for an extended period of time before you get to, like, play the other things. If that makes sense. Cool. already been merged. Can't imagine what QA for this game looks like. Must be absolutely absurd. I mean, like, one thing is, like, when they encounter a bug, like, QA has to, like, replicate it in order for them to address the bug or whatever. So, like, if they're doing a bunch of bug fixes, then that means QA is not, like, running campaigns. And I don't know why my spacebar is being funny. So, like, the more bug-heavy the build is, probably the less, like, gameplay QA happens. I think they did Japan the wrong way around. It should have been EU4, where clans hold most of the land, and Shogun and Emperor is just capital. Maybe for gameplay reasons. Yeah. Oh, it feels bad needing to ask for food access like multiple times here. They have no whatever army. Did we like uselessly? We might have uselessly hired some mercs. I feel like traditional EU4 Paradox would have shipped purely location-based countries, and buildings would have come later as an expansion. Maybe like so like trade companies like just shouldn't even be in the game right now in their current state. Like they just like actually don't do anything and are just confusing and like a noob trap. And maybe to some extent, yeah, that could also just be building-based countries in general. But I like this is maybe a biting off more than you could chew thing, where they made the skeleton of the thing, and then they realized they like needed to focus on other things and they couldn't flesh it out, so to speak. Speaking of skeletons, the way that they wanted to. Be sure to check on your food. Have you guys ever been to Prague? You should check it out. I guess the alternative was building a system they knew they fundamentally wanted to replace, though. Yeah, I think you just kind of like make a working skeleton for a lot of things, and then like they just never got around to like finishing it. Basically, like military orders as well, were something that was supposed to be in the game that got pulled. I imagine that they've like already written code for it and stuff. Like they had half-working military orders before, and they just never delivered it. This type of thing. I guess what are we supposed to do? Just like watch and see whenever they hire a merc? You can bypass culture improvement cooldown if you swap tags by failing to rebels. That's cute. There's like other things in like Vic 3 where you can do a similar approach. We'll let our morale recover before we move on. Fighting Italian wars as the HRE is tough with distances involved in logistics. Yeah, you just have to keep asking people for food access, it feels like. I don't know. Maybe I'm not even having it bad. Like, this doesn't seem too bad to me. I really don't like morale loss on movement mechanic. There should be an option for slower movement and maintain the thing. You know what? I suggested this very thing last April. To be fair, if you give them an order, what they will do is they will occasionally stop in place and let it recover. Like, if you tell them to go fight this army, they won't actually take the shortest route to fighting the army. They'll march at the army, and then if their morale gets too low, they'll wait in place for a second. But I wish there was a toggle where you could do it with regular movement. It hasn't been as important because morale got less important than it was previously, but now it's like pretty important again. And this was something I had suggested. No Prussia yet? Not yet. Soon, though. Waiting, as far as I could tell, on this guy coming of age. And I think he comes of age at 15 because convention back then. It does look like Naples is tapped out, yeah. I think we burned through... We didn't need to hire these additional mercs. We burned through their eco. Or we burned through their gold reserves and ability to merc up more. And, like, this doesn't seem too bad as a war. Like, we crushed their levies, like, really, really early, and then they came back and they clapped our army with some mercs, and then we took out the mercs. Oh, my kingdom for supply units. These idiots are ruining the supply. Maybe we assault? Is there a breach? There is. Killed like 100-ish guys. I have like 80,000 guys here, so... I think at this point we're not even really using our guys. I think burger trades is like just actively negative modifier, so we'll do that. Sure. Not too much. We'll wait until a bigger stack is here. It's maybe fine. Do we brick our own siege? What the hell is this? We went down to 21%. We bricked our own siege. No. That seems silly. I assume we just lost cannon guys in the assault. And our cannon bonus went down. Yeah, we are receiving no cannon bonus. We still have a breach, though. So I guess we're still going to keep assaulting. I wonder actually what proportion of our allies is actually... it's an interesting question. What percentage of them is mercs? Because the mercs can't assault. Which is... strategically important. Okay, there's only 93 left, so 80,000 guys, surely. Yeah. Surely. They have max defender ticking, so... Oh, but we're out of food. What's required for Prussia? We need a bunch more land. It's not even actually visible yet. Aquitaine got pulled into this? Aquileia? I guess we have another front then. We send the guys that way. Food access cancelled, not like this. Not when our army's like... not when our army's starving to death. They're like, nah, you can't sit with us. It's terrible. This army's running out of food. Yikes. Oh, it still has morale though. It's only gonna lose so many guys a thing. I don't think we can even assault, yeah, because we don't. It's 500 guys anyways. Traitor to the HRE. You ever played My Own Taxes for EU4? I did. Last time I played it, I was on such a shit game rig though, that on the yearly ticks, they took forever. I would actually read a book. It would take like over 5 minutes to do the yearly tick, but it actually like worked. Where a guy built 10 trade company local ventures in a location, gave insane output to close. Interesting. It feels like forced march should be the only reason where morale goes down to 0 when moving. I think it should just be a toggle, yeah. Give us food access, dog. Holy shit. I hate that these same guys are accepting and then canceling. And I feel like if they were willing to accept, they shouldn't cancel on you. Shout out to going on dates. My coworkers figured out how to do military correctly once troop counts got to a sizable amounts, but I've yet to do that. I always end up with terrible stacks who only lose and starve. Womp womp. Using multiple stacks at once is kind of rough. To be fair, we're just starving right now. I don't want to pull off this siege. Who do we need actually? Can we ask for food access with this guy? Oh, it's so stupid. Why won't you give us food access? We're literally trying to get your territory back for the HRE. Oh, because we have a shit relationship with them. Yeah, okay. Because we didn't defend them in the first place. That's right. That's right. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, okay. Alright. Austria is maybe going to be tapping out reasonably quickly. I saw that they were adding QOL presets in division management. Felt joy in my soul, though. I don't even think I remember seeing that. Maxing out path growth is half the reason I play this game, to watch the pop line go up. Big nice. Oh, that army's so big. Is it mostly levies, at least? No, it's mostly mercs. It's mostly mercs, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, it's mostly mercs. There's so many mercenaries. No. Okay, we could just hire more. Either way, we retreat here. It's so many mercenaries. Are we doing okay? No, we're not. we're really not okay. Them's not alright. Them's not alright at all. The subject cultural opinion thing doesn't work because you need allies and you can't ally a subject. Damn it. Womp womp. Are you flipping Protestant? Yeah, the plan is to flip Protestant after we form Prussia. But for now, if we need to go after the Teutonic Order because our little pit maneuver doesn't work on the Teutonic Order, then because I'm not 100% convinced that we will be able to do the influence action of supporting air. Oh, we can't support an air. Let's support our bro. So Walter Clot. So they have an heir that is now correct. From our perspective, they need to get them on the throne. One step closer to the edge, and I am about to break. I need a little room to break because I'm one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. Do we have food rights with this guy? Yeah. Trying to just avoid a circumstance where we get dumped on by a random merc stack. Anyone notice how the AI will stack up cash, all the mercs, and then and spend it all on mercs the moment the player declares? Not only we're noticing it right now. I'm super okay with this, to be honest. I think that this is a fine thing. Oh, I'm shocked that we don't have more war score. God, we just, like... We've lost sufficiently large amount of battles now. Actually, what we need to do is probably just go back and slap around them in some battles. But Venice is no longer giving us rights. This food access stuff feels really bad, though. Mainly because we're re-asking for it on the same people who have given it to us before. Like, Venice just canceled the access, and now we're going back again. We're just ready to be heard again. How does the mass upgrade work? Also upgrade new buildings instead of just upgrading. I feel it also builds new buildings instead of just upgrading. It might build new buildings in areas where you have some of them already. I don't know, I don't use it. I use, it's been a long time since I have, like, tested around with it, and even then I don't think I used it that much, because the mass upgrade wouldn't build stuff necessarily where I wanted, and it would upgrade, like, level 1 and 2 and 3 places where I didn't want the industry even. So I ended up not... I don't think I've used it very extensively, so I can't comment on it. I would suggest the auto-expand mod, because once you set something in auto-expand, they'll just automatically upgrade. And it actually just makes the game feel so much better. I wonder how much they're willing to give up. It's cheaper to go for... No, it's not cheaper to go for land that is HRE land anyway. I do think it gives us probably more Imperial authority. I don't think we have much Imperial authority. I guess we're kind of gaining on it. Oh, we can liberate subjects too. So we don't actually have to direct take a lot of this. And we can come back and beat him up more later. As seeing as we fought this... Ooh, a lot of colonial claims, holy shit. Are war reparations not in here? There we go. So we got some work to do. Well, we want to fight stacks, so we'll cut back this way. Somehow he loses a battle. Actually, those are probably just prisoners. The retreating army. Where'd the army go? Just waiting in one of these forests? I feel like they almost have to be. Think this is okay for us? This mostly mercs? It's not. Is this mostly mercs? It is. Let's do this. He's gonna have also like a significant morale issue. And we get both of our guys in. This should be good for us. Wow, it's somehow not fucking good for us. That's crazy. No, it's gonna turn. It's gonna turn. We have like guys on the front who are levies, and as those clear out and our mercs get onto the front, it should be a lot better for us. No. Although I won't say that that was spectacular, but that does flip this quite a bit, and now he's not feeling it so much. We could take some ourselves, too. And then eventually build a governor down here. Unfortunately, naval governor we don't have access to. Normally we would put that down here and start expanding in Italy. Can't play Iron Man with mods. Did they not talk about Iron Man in the dev diary? Can I wish you a nice day for your birthday? Thank you, thank you. There's a mercenary fiesta. Try fighting the small states in the HRE. They will hire 1 merc stack each. Yep. We are in the process of fighting a fiesta. Winning a fiesta. It is a fiesta time. We're having it. We're loving it. We're in it. You gotta not just... You have to not only talk about it, but in fact, also, and this is important, you gotta be about it. Important detail here. I think we're gonna release that guy as a subject and hand him the extra location. Yeah, he really doesn't like giving up Siena. Interesting. I could just take a lot of gold as well. We're looking to really weaken him more than anything else. And this will help replenish what we spent on mercs. We will recover a whole bunch of princes. And having a subject in the area will be nice. Could let this tick a little bit more. Because we only have 5% from ticks. Let's start heading down. See if we can stack wipe that for additional war score. Pinox, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, my guy. Brandenburg run inspired me to do a Tunes run, and man, are they broken? Yeah, you can just do some... The, like, military order's got some silly stuff. It's got some strong modifiers, and then, like, you just get, like, unlimited food. Or not food, like, money. Yeah, I guess we're not getting in there all the way. Yeah. Maybe we should have taken the peace deal when we had the chance. I mean, we are ticking on them. I hope they add it to the base version because you can't play Iron Man with mods. Auto expand? I think they're planning on it. How well do we think Paradox will do with implementing auto expand? I don't know. They have a mod that's like pretty slam dunk. I don't know how that works. They literally just yoinked Connor's mod. Connor's mod is insane. You can set up so many heuristics and you just don't have to click the buttons. So... let's get libraries constructed in areas where we have more than 60 control, let's say. Oh, not in subjects, though. Bomb. Reduce those kind of requirements for ourselves. So I'm not sure exactly what the auto expand looks like. But like I don't know, I guess if they just do worse than copy pasting it, then I guess I will wish that they copy pasted it. It's impressive that he's got a nice clean UI and everything. Yeah, because he made a mod framework for like doing UIs for a bunch of different mods. He's very, very busy. Why wouldn't you want libraries everywhere? Well, part of what we want is... part of what we want is the pop promotion speed. Pop promotion speed's a little bit less area relevant in the more rural areas or like farther lower control because we don't need to expand out those industries as quickly. So when we have less pop promotions, because we only decide to have like one industry in a spot, it's like not as big a deal. Let's add another industry here. There's no really good inputs here. We're gonna make this a Tools Guild town. Same here. I was hoping they would take the mod and pay the dev, obviously, but the image they showed is different. Yeah, I think the image is probably better, but like that doesn't mean the functionality underlying it is not just exactly the same. It could be. Kind of keen on this. I think I'll have to take some debt for this. We free a bunch of princes, and now we will be able to march through with that slight change. We're like 30k mercs right now. I think they're going to time out relatively soon, though. do the guy who is going to have the core on the other guy's territory. And we will just feed him some locations here. So eventually we will get, we won't even have to make a CB here, we will get one. And we should be in good shape here. Although I was thinking that with the Teutonic Order we were going to get our event firing just by making this guy the heir. The fact that he has to get in charge is a little bit lame for us. That is unfortunate, because this guy's not super old. We do hope he dies, but he's not incredibly old. Don't they increase demand to boost your economy plus max literacy? They boost your economy a little bit. They increase demand and make it so you can, like, get more out of your books. It's not, like, free gravy, though. It's just, like, slightly plus EV. But, yeah, eventually we do want the libraries everywhere. When we set in that heuristic, we weren't quite floating so much money, but probably floating enough money that we maybe should build them everywhere. Like, we want to make sure we have money for other stuff to be operating. We're like in a transition mode where we don't do everything we want. But yeah, they do add book and paper demand, and we probably are paying low enough on the sliders and this and high enough on the income that our building maintenance is net positive for us. Unless the industries are really ass. Do we not get an event for a prince that's been restored? Excuse me? We restored several princes here. What's going on? What is this? Was ist this? The additional governor slot's not going to be tremendously useful, but I think we get a city over here somewhat soonish, and then it's going to be kind of useful. That's the end of the Pringles. Or that's the end of them. What's going to happen to the auto expand mod? I don't know. If they like just roll it into vanilla, then it probably goes away. I do not know. Somehow we fought off one of the people going in on the HRE and we have lower authority. Terrible. Pringle's gone. It's a sad day. Pringles have fallen. And not the best territory that we picked up here. Still, the control's coming on up. They have a lot more development though, so I guess it's actually quite useful for us. How long have we been going? I need to do that. Over 2 hours. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you again, Pavliniox, for the dono earlier. And the well wishes for the birthday. The thing is, we can accelerate this guy dying. Could we not? Could have sworn we could assassinate people. Yeah. But... I don't even think this is a decaying modifier. This is just like an apocalyptic... Oh, that's not as bad as it used to be. I thought it used to be like a much bigger one. Still, that feels like CK nonsense. Assassinating characters. Terrible. Oh no, why did we get stuck here? Our mercs are stuck and they're out of food. Don't tell me. It's because they're our junior partner. But they hate our guts? Okay, we can march out. Cool, 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 cool. It used to be huge depending on what character you killed though. Okay, maybe it is still huge and it's just not a lot for that character. That we could tolerate. Maybe we just go for it. I'm not sure if this is correct, but us just getting to Prussia is kind of what we wanted to do today. In CK, you could at least benefit from it. In EU5, it doesn't make sense. It makes sense when you're playing the personal union minigame, basically, only. Like, we need the ruler of the Teutonic Order to die before the heir. I think we want to annex Brema. It's not part of this guy's province. It is really nice though. As a location. It's like one of the better harbors. And it's like kind of in there a little bit. I don't know what the dev is like. Solid. I remember getting a like 50-year minus 35 dip rep modifier. That's like kind of the texture of what I remember. -2 seems like tolerable. And then like I never interacted with the interaction again, which is maybe fair. What's the religious situation look like? I think I need to get up and splash water on my face again though. I'm a little bit... I think I didn't get much sleep last night or the night before, but I really have to reset my sleep schedule, so I just have to tolerate it. Then we're gonna come back and actually just set up a whole bunch of auto expands, I think. I think we have enough money that we don't have to be picky or choosy about some of these things. And so we're gonna proceed to not be picky or choosy. So also, let's lower our requirement for bridges. To be fair, you do want some minimum control on bridges. You want it to be firing in places where you actually have proximity rather than control. So generally, if you could have, in order to have 25 control, you need to have proximity. But let's actually just cut this down in half, a little bit less. Basically, is it doing something nice? Here we want to do it specifically if we have proximity, but Padlock Canal, we want some amount of proximity, so gonna be a little bit less drastic about that. Heat wave in the UK right now, 30 degrees Celsius. Holy. Happy birthday, young man. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the stream, CoffeeBot. Appreciate the well wishes. But we'll take a closer look at... I think this part is set up pretty well for us. But other stuff we need to take a look at. Or maybe we refill the drink. We could get more caffeine. Oh. Alright, so we have got more caffeine. We are ready to go. And we want specializations for... Let's get all of the stuff going for the granary towns. Was this a good harbor? This isn't a good harbor, so... What do we have in the province? Kind of a little bit. We can do another masonry glass place. How's this one doing? Tactical level, not too bad. Either way, we want to go masonry, I think. And then... The thing is, we could also go something else. Let's go Granary Town. Let's just do Granary Town for now. Now, this is a decent harbor. And it might be the harbor through which we actually chase proximity out, so we'll kind of put that aside for now. Granary right's there. Yeah, we're curious about the rights on the amber specifically, how it is applying. Or if we can put in one of these custom rights like what we have for the Germans. The Germans. It's gonna be tasty. In general, I do like rain. As far as energy drinks go. The orange dreamsicle does, in fact, tastes like a creamsicle. Stolp should be approaching. $30K. Let's get this one. The Granary Town. So we're paying kind of a decent amount of gold to get these granary towns up and going. But like, honestly, paying gold for pops is not something you can really do very easily. So getting all the urban places we have to granary towns to facilitate the pop growth is going to be useful. Now with that done, we have granaries. We're going to put them on mass auto-expand. So they will all start auto-expanding. Fantastic. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's stunning. Alright, now let's take a look one province at a time. So this province, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Well, we set both to be cloth-oriented. So we could just plan on putting in the cloth one. The thing is, our fine cloth's really not cutting it. We mainly just want to be there for the regular cloth, even at this point. And the issue is the dye maker we want to like build in so many places. I think we're going to go in our higher... these are high enough control, let's just add the dye makers, but we feel weird about it. Okay. And this has wool and lumber. And same thing. Let's go dye maker, I guess. Planning on doing the same industry pump. Do we have any place that's not... Alright. Maybe we can start trading it? I think that's a good price collapse. Not sure we're getting too much out of these. We're going to add like 5 on the outskirts in a lot of these places. Brandenburg is the current market capital, so we don't want to overbuild. Or we want to be efficient such that these are giving us market access effectively. But also spend down a bit. Alright. So we'll do that. Looks like these two we are planning on giving the urban right for spirituous. Local wine, local beer. We will prefer put in a brewery then. But this doesn't really have good inputs, so I think we might have a couple of these be tools, and then we'll see from there. In general, we have a need for tools. Here, this is kind of an interesting one, because we have to have this right in. The question is, do we want an industry right, or do we want the granary rights? The other industries get in each other's way, but this is not a case of that. I'm actually not sure what's best. Here we have the arms rights, equal rights and equal lefts. We're gonna do the same thing here. Two wrongs don't make a right, but 3 lefts do. We'll put that tools on auto expand there as well. In theory, I think we prefer wetlands like this for tool reasons, so let's do this. Just because we're going to have bog iron smelters. Not that it gives us an efficiency bonus, but just a little bit more stuff. So we have a lot of that coming through now. Now, we've held back a little bit on some of these government buildings. Let's stop doing that. The lumber is going to get profitable. I don't think we want to urbanize the lumber. Let's pull the trigger on doing some of this. I think we urbanize the fiber crops, though. We're not urbanizing the wool. And I think this livestock, that livestock's not food. This livestock's going to be food, so I think we can go with that. Let's urbanize this. And then let's just build all the padlock canals. There's going to be a few leaks. Get it? In terms of where we're building, but overall it's going to be fine enough. And then we have way more sailors, so we can start exploring again, because we were sailor throttled. But let's do the other stuff. Counting houses everywhere. Yeah, council hall everywhere. That does it. That's our spend now, baby. See, so we don't necessarily have so much money that we like can afford to, you know, be super aggressive about it. One thing that is bad, though, to the extent that we're building up here, I think that we don't have any control up here, but that's a temporary thing. Let's get rid of these last two, actually, because I think I prefer the idea of starting some exploration. I'm trying to remember which one has the best spot. We're just going to explore both of them, I guess. And then let's explore this. And this. If we can. Okay, we still have more money. Fantastic. Let's do that. We don't have a currently operating colony. Let's just make this one a little bit bigger. We need to explore more areas to get better colonies. Whenever giving out rights other than granary towns seems not super impactful. Is your experience similar? I think it's hard to rate. So the thing is, the production efficiency is Malice is such that you don't want multiple specializations in most cases. But I'm actually not sure if granary rights or the urban right is higher impact. I think you want one of these production ones, basically in anywhere that's over 90 control. Do y'all have any tips on how to pop max as Sweden without slave raiding as Norse? So you're going to take a bunch of land from the Ottomans, and you're going to flip Turkish, and then you get the Turkish content, and then you slave raid as someone who is part of the Rise of the Turks situation. I hope that helps. Is that a monster drink? No, it's a rain. It is an energy drink, though. The more serious answer is you build a shitload of granaries everywhere. And then you put in the urban rights for them like we just did. Happy birthday, man. I just use cheats to play, but like watching your videos. To understand more about EU5. Have a blessed year. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, however people enjoy the game is how they should play. Like for me, understanding the game is like much more important. Long-standing viewers of my channel, I think will kind of recognize that I don't really ever do challenge runs. I just try and understand the game better, and my runs just in general are like suboptimal relative to like a theoretical perfect run, but it's just like I just want to understand the systems, and to the extent that I do try and play, or I try and play accurately, but not like turbo min-maxed, I guess, is maybe the way to think about it. We have these mercs right now, man. Why is that a stab hit for us? Oh, it's because our subjects, whoever we're using their CB, has a good relationship? That's kind of stupid. I think, my understanding is this is a bug, but... Alright, let's do it. Let's get in there, baby. Oh yeah, we actually do want to annex that guy, so that works out. We maybe should have co-belligeраted him. I think we have like no antag up here, so that should be fine. So we're just trying to make use of the mercs while we have them. We paid quite a bit for them. We just need to wipe out their mercs before their mercs wipe out us. Generalist answering to everything isn't just be Turkey. I'm pretty sure that's actually the correct answer. Not gonna lie. No, we gained the fickle trait. Not like this. What is this, dog? Also, I feel like... Are we getting the full Italian War situation? We kind of are. It's annoying that the Emperor should probably take over the war when he joins, but he doesn't, so we would not be deciding the war goals, so I think we're just gonna not go with that, but... What does this even give us? Oh, the real mechanic. Thank you for the well wishes, Lee Wolf. You're pretty much min-max economically, though. I actually think you could do a lot more than what I'm doing, but I might be doing it more than anyone else. Like, I'm not in these streets constantly. There's a little bit more you could do if you are. I think it's pretty marginal. But manually choosing trades for a variety of reasons. Also, we have stuff on auto-expand rather than manually doing it. Manually would be better. Love the new Tinto talks. It is a good one. Good evening. What's your tax base these days? Oh, man. Person comes into chat just to chat tax base. Shame us. We're at 940. I wish you asked us in 10 minutes. It's about to be a lot higher. Because we just spent 20k. But relative to the other people on the map for whom we have vision, we're doing pretty good. Actually, we're doing fucking bad. All the way down here. Our graph looks more erect. Wow, even Tunis is ahead of us? What's going on? Actual. What? It's because we're not naval? No, not like this. Holy shit. AI seems a little aggressive. What's going on? Let's maybe build up a spy network so we could see that ish. And country personalities. The expansionists, the historic ones get personalities which make them like behave in a much more intelligent way. Or will they actually gain resources and stuff? Why is your GDP so low? Not like this. Not even 1K? Intolerable. Yeah, this is the real truth. Now you should see this. We have all these buildings queued up. As they finish, they'll just spike demand. 2 is one of my favorite nations to play. With 5 cities, 4 on the coast is goated. I'm a big fan of Carthage. We'll go towards this. Quiet enslavement. We do like raw material output. The Pope doesn't know, won't hurt him. Just saw your urban rights video, and I think Pop Growth Max and the Darmstadt reason, crazy good terrain there. Darmstadt. Darmstadt. Alright, alright, alright. Location size very small here. Very good for market density. You know, in theory, we don't really point this out too much in our market video, but like, having your market be capital in places with smaller locations is pretty good. Like, we talk about it as though you travel through this, but maybe a little bit less detail. Man, France is so caked up. He's so hot right now, Hansel. I know that's not the quote, but like, let me be me. You know what I mean? Is this... how much levy is this? The actual question is, do we beat this or nah? Or is it all Merc? We can bump our Merc with his Merc. Wait, we could bump his Merc with our Merc. We'll come here. We get the defensive bonus and we have more guys. Oh, but we fucking lose our stack that's sieging? God damn it. Alright. I think we're good here. You go to Protestant? Yeah, that's the plan. Carthage is in the capital of the ancient world. Wow, someone just feels like getting timed out today. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Crazy. Are you going to continue Brandenburg into 1.3? No, I don't think so, which is why I want to form Prussia really bad. We need to assassinate the ruler of Prussia to put our boyo on the throne. Is he leading an army right now? We don't like that. Not leading our army. But would rather he not be leading any army. We can cut this in half. Maybe do that. Why is Nuremberg market so small? City rights, and it seems like a little bit more elastic, but a big part of it is city rights. So if we take a look here, we can look at the market attraction and look city walls, entrepot, trading hub, city walls rather is a big portion of it. And Nuremberg is only going to have this stuff, which is not going to include city walls, and they don't have either of the buildings, so Nuremberg just gets crushed. But yeah, that's a fat coal market. I'm shocked that the places on the outskirts don't want to make their own market. Alright. So we're getting our wave of buildings completed, so in a few months here we should have a little bit of a tax base spike. We should do some of that. And then some of that. Or at least a little bit of one. Just the extra demand that's created by these industries. Is this our spike? Are you my mother? Going up by... yeah, okay, it's in the process of spiking. As the prices go up for the industries that we have stuff in. Fun siege engineers, siege ability. Oh, I kind of want to go paved road and just actually build some roads. And have some vibes. Thing is, we can't really afford very many roads. Kind of poor. Don't need this to actually pass through, though. Yeah, that'd be cool with that. Terrible Protestants. Oh no. I forgot that we had that as a thing that we need to care about. I don't know if we get to 1,000 though, I guess. I mean, up another 6. Oh, it's down now, 20? Yeah, maybe we already rode the spike. To be fair, we're starting to get stuff in non-core areas a little bit. I just felt like we'd get a bigger spike from this. I think Catholics should have the same thing as pagan folk religions, but instead of gods, it's saints. Oh, maybe. That'd be interesting. That'd make the religion a lot better. I mean, they would just be kind of getting a bunch of additional modifiers, yeah. I don't know, religion may be something they could also just be a little more fantastical with, and maybe I don't have that big an issue with it. Like if you're thinking about the actual simulation of history, like, worshipping the pantheon isn't going to, like, give... I guess maybe if Zeus does answer. Process of spiking coping mechanism, I see? Not like this. Cope has been called. Oh no. To be fair, our income's way higher. Shh, don't say that it's just because you have the, the parliament taxes. Shh. We don't do that here. Cost a diplomat, I guess. Or maybe that's an issue for us later if we want to integrate them. I'm not sure we're playing this run deep enough for that to matter. Hope he makes it. Yeah. Birthday boy can't handle a little salt. Just like back in the box. You don't. How dare you besmirch Carthage? On today of all days. Terrible. Go granary town. Put the granary on auto expand. So it's not hitting new granaries. I think there's a way to set it up so it doesn't do it that though. The mod is resilient. Ooh, do we actively not want to pass this? We will have to repush decentralization. But it's maybe okay. Oh shit, what are we doing here? What's the culture situation? I think we were planning on accepting this, so we could actually integrate this ourselves. If we take it. That's kind of loose, though, considering we already created a subject over here. Small GDP energy. Come on. Chat's picking on me. They're so mean. Come on. Happy birthday. Thank you, Furka Gunner. Much appreciated. And Marek as well for the well wishes. Thank you, thank you. Is that a merc stack in your pocket, or are you just happy to wage war with me? I think it's a merc stack in his pocket. I suspect it is in fact a merc stack in his pocket. Pocket merc stack has been called. I guess we could call this guy. Just need a little bit more. Oh, happy birthday, sir. Thank you, thank you. I hate the GDP or tax-based metrics where generalists just can't increase them because he's not good at the game. Damn. Jeez, the truth hurts. Chat absolutely relentless. No, who cares about that? Even if you're making more money than everyone else. Anyways, happy birthday! Thank you, thank you. We're not making more money than everyone else. We're ranked relatively low here. I think we're like 10th or 15th. Playing Teutons without 3600 GDP, without Excel sheets. Womp womp. Shamed further by the chat. When will the humiliation end? Certainly not today. Maybe a little... You gotta watch out for that. I didn't say that. I'm pretty sure that's a direct quote. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you typed and what appeared on screen for everyone else, and everyone else can confirm it. I do believe. The truth is out there. It will in fact set you free. Alright. I don't think we want a full annex of this guy. But this might be good. Hey, Ultra Weed, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Watch me get timed out soon. Happy birthday, Salt Boy. Yeah, let's time him out. 1 for the road, huh? Yeah, we could heart the thing and then we can time it out. I wonder if the timeout... I'm actually curious. I'm gonna time you out for 10 seconds. I would like to know if the timeout deletes your super, or if your super stays. So I apologize if this deletes your super and it's... I'm just curious. It does delete your super message. Music in this game is actually fire. It is. It was him, officer. Yeah. Confirmed, did in fact say the thing that he says he didn't say. Since we're not ending the war immediately, let's actually get this territory. Scammed? Yeah. Get scammed. I apologize. Do you trade stocks? I used to be a lot more involved in that. I kind of... I don't like earning money in that way. And I should do it more, to the extent that I like have money just sitting around. I think that, when I was younger, I wanted to be in finance, because I just like wanted to just make money. And I actually even shadowed a guy who was a stock trader for like I think a couple weeks, and then like the 2008, or not the 2008 crash, some like significant like market fluctuation happened, and then he just like kind of didn't have as much time-ish. Like, I forget exactly how that went down. It was a while ago now. But, as I've gotten older, like, I kind of... I think the way that people get money in society is, not meritocratic. I think that, value is produced through labor. And money should follow value, and I don't think it does. Instead, it follows capital. And one of the examples to me is people who trade securities as their primary means of getting money, or just own companies. Often, not categorically, but often are not really engaging in any sort of labor to increase value for society, but instead they are extracting a lot of wealth because of issues that are complex, or mechanisms that are complex. And the nature of the relationship between value and payment, to me, is something that is, like, important, and I just, like, kind of dislike the idea of getting money through stock now. But it's also just how you do it. It's how you, recoup, for the people who gain their money primarily through labor and don't actually own a lot. That's how you, like, claw it back. That's just, like, how you acquire money. And so, like, it's silly of me to not want to do it, but also, last November, a lot of you guys were kind enough to use my creator code for buying Paradox products, specifically EU5, so I made a lot of money, so I kind of just have money sitting around that I should invest for a rainy day type thing, or should invest just in general. Peanuts, thank you for the sub. Much appreciated, my guy. And the follow. And so, like, that's generally why I'm less interested in trading securities now, is because, like, I resent that I can't just get the value of my labor through my labor and instead need to go through the medium of trading securities in order to just play the game that everyone else is playing. And I wish we lived in a world where people got paid the value of their labor and less money went to the people who owned companies and more money went to the people who are actually working. Yeah. Commie? Nah. Big true. Jeez, this guy, first he insults our GDP and then he calls us a communist. Valve is produced through labor done by the masses and extracted by the elites. Value, yeah, value. What if the policies from EU4 were ported into EU5? On which values would you have maxed out? I don't remember EU4 well enough to, like, comment on it, I don't think. What's the antagonism look like? I don't think we want to go after Oldenburg or Ondesbruck anytime soon, so let's kind of improve relations with these guys. You should invest in Eastern Poland. I was so lucky on my stock purchases when I was like 4 or 6 years younger. My picks that I did when I was younger, I've like made out all right in the stuff that when I was bouncing, I actually invested like half my paycheck because I like had no expenses. Is like when I was starting to bounce or whatever, I invested like half my paycheck for quite a while in securities. I needed to sell some of that, but like I still have some of that stuff left over. I picked reasonably well at the time, but I haven't really done much trading, and I just like it's like a leak. I don't know. I don't want to play the game. I wish the game was different. Better red than dead. So Generalist is pro-traditional economy value? I don't know about that. I like capitalism to the extent that it's really efficient at distributing resources. Like, I'm not a communist. I would say that I'm like a Marxist and a capitalist. Like, I think Marx's critique of capitalism is substantive, but I think that despite that critique, capitalism is better than like communism. Which sounds like a dirty fence sitter, but I swear, like, I have an opinion. I think people who are capitalists like to espouse capitalism in theory and criticize communism in practice, and people who are communists like to espouse communism in theory and rip on capitalism in practice. And neither are entirely genuine positions, but I think it is easier to have like a democracy where there's guardrails against the corruption and the accumulation of wealth that is not the product of the value of one's labor. I think that's easier under capitalism than communism. Is calling the other guy a commie? Yeah, I'm just intentionally misunderstanding what he's saying. I have a managed portfolio which just gets 10k dumped into it every month alongside a manual one that I can control if I want to lose money manually or automatically. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing I should do is I should just invest in a mutual fund that tracks the market. Or something like this. Or whatever the financial instruments are called. I forget. I used to know a lot of this stuff, but I don't anymore. How's the stream going? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Imagine you get 100 Aristo and 100 land. You get a policy for like minus 20%, minus 10% cav cost. I mean, I think when I played, I just pushed like the expansion, and I pushed both the I really liked colonizing, so when I played EU4, I pushed like the colonizing values like really hard, if I recall correctly. But colonization, like mechanically, is like a little bit unfun. In EU5, it's like a lot of clicking. I'm not even sure we want to take Lundbergian land. I think this is probably actually kind of... If we wanted to go after anything, it would be actually Brabant. And just subjugate them so we get their claims. But I think we'll just do this a little bit more conservative. And look to do this in one more war to finish the job. But we're getting to the point where we maybe want to be thinking about annexing one of our subjects. I guess the cleanest way to do that actually would be to full annex. Okay. We need to seize their capital if we want to full annex them. What a world, what a world. It's gonna take forever. And I'm also not even sure we want that much antag. I guess we'll just do this. Let's royal marriage Lundberg as well. Maybe we get them into our personal union. How do we get that? Is that a rocket in my pocket? Wait, what? I swear to God we're annexing one of these guys, right? Why is this not... little negative opinion action, huh? In 5 years, I lost 700k. Youch. I wouldn't mind collaboration here since I rush too much. I take a moral side of trading myself. I think if you're dealing with those sums of money, that I'm probably not the person to be asking. Like, anecdotally, I know people who make money, like, selling futures. And that's something, if you, like, understand it, there's, like, some consistency there, because, people are effectively use that as an insurance mechanism. And the fact that they use it as an insurance mechanism means that it's generally, like, plus EV to play the other side of it. Or, it mathematically is going to have that tendency, but the margins are really thin. That theory versus practice take is so well put, yeah. It's why, like, in my opinion, like, a lot of the, like, diehard, like, communists and diehard, like, capitalists are just, like, completely, like, not receptive to, like, hearing the points of the other side. Like, capitalism just isn't meritocratic because it's, like, predicated on a notion that there's consensual exchange, which there is, but when you have that consensual exchange, that the value is somehow split, and the value, like, overwhelmingly will go to the person who owns the business, and very little will go to the laborer, unless the laborer has leverage for negotiation power. But the natural tendency of the way that things work is that as time goes on, laborers tend to acquire less and less leverage. And this is one of the spooky things about AI, is the laborers that do have leverage are the people who have, like, educations that require a bit of time to get. So the people who are engaging in intellectual labor, not, like, physical labor. Although, the mix of the two is like the trades, like electricians and this type of stuff, and these people are a little bit less vulnerable. But what AI is trying to do is, previously, when with automation and this type of stuff, a type of labor that has been made obsolete has been a cheaper labor. It's been like a physical labor. But with AI, the aim is to replace the intellectual laborers. And these are the laborers that actually have negotiation power, because it takes a while to acquire that like level of knowledge. And so it is like an echo of like things that we've seen before, like with industrialization, but like instead of wiping out bottom rung workers, it's wiping out workers that are part of the middle class, rather than like a like more menial labor type of worker. Do you think you would change your opinion if you visited China? I mean, I would probably change my opinion in one way or another if I visited China, at least to some degree. Not if you rig it. If it theoretically worked, it's not a free market. I'm not sure what that means. There's definitely a middle ground between pure capitalism and pure socialism that would be in the sweet spot. Well, just to be clear, socialism's not like communism. Like, communism, like, means, like, you don't use market mechanisms for determining prices and stuff like this. China, in fact, is, like, China's a market economy. They just have weird regulations on stuff like property, and they have state-owned enterprises, where the state owns industries in kind of key areas that gives them a lot more control, and they just eat inefficiency in order to do that. Yeah, China's not a communism. It's like the Communist Party, but it's like, it's not... They use a market economy. Some of the things Marx said about capitalism were positive. He praised the way it dissolved social relations that only persisted through entrenched traditions, for example. That's true, but he saw it as like an obsolete thing that was necessary. Like, that it was a necessary stepping stone in the movement of history, so... Like, he's still of the opinion that we need to get over capitalism, yeah. Following EU5 logic, we can't sit in the middle between capitalism and communism. We have to pick one value and max it out to 100. So true, bestie. Your wording is fine. There are mutual funds that can be correlated to the market. Invest in the Nancy Pelosi stock tracker? There we go. That's the real take. Someone gets it. Just invest in the same way the people who are stealing from Americans are doing. Like, using insider information to trade and be more effective at doing it is just, like, absolutely, like, the same as, like, stealing from an American. Alright, this guy is kind of managing to convert stuff just fine, so is this other guy. I think we're gonna feed them both. Feed me an additional province. We're kind of getting to the point where we want to annex these guys, though. But they are going to help to convert stuff for us for now. What happens if you automate it? Automate what? What's the best way to form Prussia? Go to Bohemia? True. And get silver and gold, kind of. We're currently allied with Bohemia, though. This is maybe not the way we should be playing it. Currently, we need to, or we would like to, use an event. Inheritance of the Duchy of Prussia. And get this guy, get an event that allows us to annex it. Currently, their heir is of our family. So as soon as this guy dies, I do believe we just get to annex the Teutonic Order and then form Prussia. And so we're kind of playing a little bit of a waiting game, but we decided to spaz out and have a war while we were at it. Also, when we did the parliament to build roads better, we decided to spaz out and forget to build the roads. Terrible. Let's maybe build one this way. something like this. Journalist speedrunning Schleswig-Holstein question in EU5. It's not a question, there's only one answer. If only it could wipe out the top class, I'm pretty sure AI would do better. You mean like replace CEOs? Make everyone more equal? Yeah, I mean like if there was no... the thing is if you completely get rid of the convention of capital, you like get rid of a lot of the positive effect of capitalism. Which, like, okay, that sounds like trivially obvious, but the efficient allocation of resources, in order for that to be like incentivized, you need like a reward for smart investment. So the positive of capitalism is that it tends to allocate resources efficiently, and firms that are not efficient or not what the market wants just get eliminated, like in a Darwinian way. But there's like that's like in a theoretical sense. In a practical sense, right now we have like an oligopoly in a lot of like key industries where there's not actual competition, and instead there's a bunch of monopolistic power, which, if there's a monopolistic power, then you don't get the positive benefits of competition. America isn't a true capitalist country anyways. No, there's a lot of stuff that's like anti-competitive. Like patents are anti-competitive. What do you think the government is banning Polymarket because of not paying the same taxes as casinos? So I think there's maybe other reasons that you should ban them. Especially depending on what the prediction markets are like trying to do. Like if prediction markets are taking bets on if someone's going to die, that creates perverse incentive to kill people. There's a lot of issues with like future markets, but also I think that like if people want to bet on sports, they should be able to. Just the problem is like consumers should be protected, and I think like I think there's there's probably instances where games get thrown for sports betting reasons, right? I'm not sure the best way to try and regulate that. Stepbrother lived in China for 3 years. The vibe he got is that they're even more cutthroat business-wise there than over here. Yeah, I mean, they have a market system that's, like, competitive. They're not all holding hands. Curious how replacement will shake out in practice. I work at a game dev, and my very specific area is very heavy lean away from replacement, or to Victoriafy it, it's a productivity modifier. It's very heavy lean away from replacement. Like replacement of people with AI. Well, one of the problems with AI is actually just doesn't actually do stuff. It just pretends like it does stuff. And in a lot of instances, pretending like you do stuff is good enough. Or some instances, like AI kind of does stuff, but and AI can notice patterns that humans can't. Like AI is really good at evaluating medical imaging, specifically. But like AI for like law is not actually good at giving you lawyer advice. It's just good at giving you advice that looks like lawyer advice. Like it's good at giving you stuff that looks like something, not the actual thing itself. China is a planned mixed economy. China's not a planned economy. A state-owned enterprise is like is a state-owned enterprise with market like. I disagree with the characterization. Like, just because the state is owning something doesn't make it a planned economy in the way that, like, other planned economies are, where they are determining how much of things get produced in their entirety and are determining the prices of things. That's not what's happening in China. China instead has private firms, and then some industries, like, say, construction, they do this. They have a firm owned by the government, and what they do is, if that firm were to go under, they just pump money into it. They just don't care, and they eat the loss as the government. And they do this so they have more control. But that's different than controlling the total output of the thing and controlling the price of the thing, because prices of things are still determined by market prices. Like, you'd have the same staff, but they'd be much more efficient with that tooling. I imagine other industries are prone to shrinking, but I'm really uninformed, to be honest. I'm reading a book on generative AI. I think I'm like halfway through it. But I'm not... a lot of it I read, to the extent that I've read it, like a couple months ago. I'm going through it slowly. So. We are converting stuff to Brandenburgian just naturally ourselves. Old message, it was about colonization when you're saying micro-intensive it is. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm a little behind here. Just form Prussia, first ally with Bohemia, get cultural positive, afterwards get province after Riss. What? I'm not sure what you're saying. Their cultural opinion of us already is positive. We already improved it once. I get the sense that some institutions are overly bullish on the notion that tooling is in a state where it's viable as a replacement. They're super high to replace rather than enhance. You're talking about physical tooling? Yeah, let's keep this going. Trying to catch up, though. It might be efficient, but to what end? Well, another thing is, like, as the consumer gets less buying power, there's just more buying power in terms of buying capital. So, like, if you extract, like, more money from... Okay, if there's let's say there's a pie, and some of the money goes to laborers and some of the money goes to the people who own the companies, right? And... let's say 20% goes to laborers, 80% goes to the owners of the companies. The owners of the companies, what they spend their money on is just buying more company. And so it's kind of like an interesting thing, but also kind of perverse, is we judge the economy, or we don't necessarily all do this, but like news companies judge the economy, and also the elites generally judge the economy by the size of the stock market. But as you proportionally decrease the amount of surplus value that's going to laborers and push them towards subsistence, and increase the amount of value that's going to the people who own companies, the people who own the companies use that money to buy more companies. And this increases the price of stuff because there's a limited supply of ownership of companies, right? And as you pay more for it or inject more money, it increases the price. So the stock market increases not as a consequence of like a valuation increase that is the result of, looking at certain, looking at the numbers, looking at the financials, like looking at price to earning ratio, this type of thing, but instead just the injection of money. This just drives up the price, and it creates like that's actually not a good representation of like how good the economy's doing. Like GDP is much better, and GDP has issues too, because like GDP is bad at tracking a lot of things that are like consumer good. Like for example, if there's like black toasters and white toasters, and then you introduce a new toaster and it's green toaster, the GDP tracks it the same as the production of that green toaster, the same as like the white toaster or the black toaster. There's a little bit more complicated, but the consumers have a preference, and for the consumer, there is additional value in being had at being able to buy a green toaster instead of a white or a black toaster. And that doesn't get properly captured by GDP in terms of an increase of positive outcomes, but the person who would have preferred a green toaster, they are net benefiting from that change. What do you think of the Bohemian government reform? I think the Bohemian Commonwealth, I think it's a bit untuned. I'm not sure exactly what it gives, so I don't have a strong opinion on it. It's been a while since I played boho. Playing boho is like the opposite of what I want to play. Is like someone who's just super caked up and strong at the start and also landlocked. I generally like playing eco-deving like naval nations. We're going land this run. I mean, to be fair, it's increasing our dev by quite a bit, but we don't even have turbo high dev. Or relative to what's around us, just because the HRE gets so much. Agriculture is anti-competitive. Look at U.S. sugar. Oh, absolutely. I wrote, like, when I was a business major, I did a ton of presentations on U.S. sugar. Yeah. Or specifically, like, Brazilian sugar and vis-a-vis, like, U.S. corn and how the corn subsidies are, like, anti-competitive. And, like, big corn is an issue. Not a fan of all of these subsidies, although I do think some amount of agriculture should be subsidized just as a national security thing. Like, you should be able to produce stuff yourself. Someone was shaming our tax base earlier. Look at that. Look at that. Up 100. Just assassinate the Grandmaster for the low cost of a bit of Diplo rep. Do we have enough? I thought that assassinate's 100. We're going for the assassination, but I believe it's 100 spy network. So we're waiting for that. Did you hear about the Green Beret who bet a bunch of money on Maduro? I did, yeah. And I don't think he's the only one doing insider bet on futures stuff. But I think that, I don't know, I think that public officials that do stuff like that should, like, it puts soldiers in danger, this type of thing. Like, it's a fucking issue. And, it absolutely, like, you should get your bunghole eviscerated if you do that type of thing, like, in theory. I wish I'll call capitalists efficient. It's basically a set of rules, min-maxing. Yes, but if monopolistic power exists, it's actually inefficient because the deadweight loss to society is created and a lot of the efficiencies get removed. So it is contextually efficient. Efficient under certain parameters. Where you have scenarios resembling perfect competition, which I think often is not the case. Because consumers have shit information generally, and workers generally have shit information. If workers had better information, they would be much better at unionizing and actually getting the real value of their labor, but instead they're really bad at negotiating the price of their labor up, basically. The amount of damage to the environment will probably never recover, and in practice it was free work. Damage to the environment, I mean, there's externalities. In theory, if you're, like, properly running a capitalist model, like, externalities you offset with regulation of some kind. But yeah, we'll need to figure out how to make oxygen and stuff. To be fair, like, if there's a massive technological shift, this can, like, I'm not saying that I think it's probable to happen, but a massive technological shift where if there's a technology that just is not very expensive and just pulls carbon dioxide out of the air, it's not implausible that, like, a massive technological shift just kind of, like, waves a magic wand and solves the problems. Not that I'm saying that that's, like, the solution is people should just wait for the magic wand, but I'm just saying, like, it is something that could happen. I think that the current system has issues because it is rewarding subsidies for companies, and I think the companies do not reinvest at a high enough rate into R&D relative to just the government using. So, like, Tesla, for example, for a long time in the US, you buying an EV was subsidized by the government with the idea that, like, Tesla puts money into R&D. I think just direct R&D investment by the government is probably more efficient. Australia guy used AI to help code a 1-to-1 medical cocktail for a dying dog and it recovered. Very interesting. What you describe as centrally planned economy versus planned economy, which is more general. I may be wrong, though. It's semantic. I don't think what I'm describing with China is a command economy. Per the book I read on China's economy, like China's economy, what everyone needs to know, which is part of a series put out by Oxford Press, and it was like 400 pages, and it's like a book that's geared towards layperson, but supposed to give you like somewhat technical knowledge. But the book could be wrong. But the impression the book gave me is that people really understand what China's economy is, and they think it's like more communist-y than it is, and it's not really a command economy. It's a market economy where just some of the companies are owned by the government. This creates issues for the World Trade Organization, right? Because there's unfair competition because the government's propping up some of them. So there's like, it's not like there isn't issues here, but it's like fundamentally not like similar to, it's not like a communist economy. QGDP joke, not like this. Time to be ashamed. I slap you, you slap me, each of us pays the other $100. Or your speed run in the joke. It's like, I offer to pay you $100 to be able to slap you. You say yes, and then I slap you, you take the $100, then you offer me $100 to slap me, and you say, well, I've heard this joke before with eating shit, but slap, I guess, is a little bit more appropriate. And then you pay me $100, and then we say to ourselves, wait, what was the point of that? We both got slapped and neither one of us is richer. And then the other one jokes, yeah, but we made the GDP 200 higher. Yeah. The toaster example is good. Yeah. It's an example I like a lot. I originally got it from The Substance of Style, a book by Virginia Postrel, I think. And she's like a libertarian, like anti-regulation type person, but I mean, I semi-identify as a libertarian. I just think that regulation is effective. But like some regulation's real stupid. Hey, Crack Jesus, how's it going? From the UK, I somewhat envy how America subsidizes farming. Here in the UK, government seems fanatical about putting as much pressure as possible on destroying farms. Well, don't get too excited. We destroy farms here as well. Just not those owned by corporations. Like, factory farms crush, like, the more, like, I don't want to say rural because it's all rural by, like, definition, but they crush the more, like, small farm, family farm type places just over time. And a lot of the margins are kind of shit, and there's a lot of weird inefficiency where we, like, buy food to destroy it, like the government, and that feels real stupid. But, like, to make it so that the sell price is, like, profitable, and, like, some weird perverse incentives in there. Also, damage to the environment can be quantified as a loss of biodiversity and future value, and can fit in a protected framework within capitalism. Yeah. One of the things is there's going to be, like, disagreements on the valuation and, like, this type of stuff, and it's not, that's something that's probably a little bit harder in general to quantify. What's the point of subsidizing an inefficient industry? If for strategic reasons you want it present in your nation. So if you go to war, you actually want steel production local within your country. And you want food production so your people don't starve if you're going to get blockaded. So it makes sense to have those industries present at home. The types of industry, China basically does not run SOEs, state-owned enterprises, for like any consumer goods except in a few sectors. And those sectors are like emerging technology type sectors where it wants its country to have a technological edge. And so it subsidizes those things. But you're not going to see a Chinese company making t-shirts. Or a state-owned enterprise making t-shirts. You're going to see them making, like, cell phones or something like this. Or, electric vehicles. And it's because they want that industry. They want the technology. So they're effectively subsidizing technology. If that makes sense. They're not trying to earn profit for the nation. They're trying to subsidize technology within the nation. And it's kind of effective because what happens in, like, kind of the reverse case, when you have nations that most of the value that is present there is in raw materials rather than any type of production, that generally actually really slows down any sort of economic development and industrialization. So places that are gifted with having a whole bunch of oil, often this has a negative effect in some sort of sense because it pushes them away from developing education and these types of things. But if you are forcing a bunch of technical jobs in emergent technology, then you are creating financial institution like downstream for people who are better educated, if that makes sense. And so if you have like a ton of oil, it actually makes sense to tariff like because you're a nation that's wealthy, but simultaneously it's in raw materials. It actually makes sense in order to build you up your own industries and this type of stuff to tariff like incoming technical goods in industries that you want present domestically. You tariff them so that you can actually develop these industries yourself. It makes sense in that specific context, like as an economic tool, because otherwise you have difficulty industrializing. And you see this with a lot of like areas that are colonized, is that they don't get all the technology of the colonizer. Instead, it's like much more extractive, specifically if they have raw materials. What's the point of subsidizing an inefficient industry? If it's strategic, why not just have it state-owned? You could do that. That's what China does. That's like the conclusion China's come to. I really hate bailouts. Like, if something's too big to fail, then maybe it should be state-owned. So, like, in my opinion, like, banks, the fact that the railroad strike was struck down by Biden, like, to me is an indication that the railroad should maybe be nationalized. Like, if it's not something that can shut down, private firms maybe shouldn't run it. But yeah, you could have it state-owned. That's the United States chooses not to do any for-profit industry. Like technically, like, the post office can make positive money, but, like, they're basically just not doing any for-profit industry. And they subcontract it, which, like, has, like, issues if, like, the subcontracting bids, like, that's, like, an opportunity for corruption and stuff anyways, but, yeah. China was a command economy, yes, when they were doing the Great Leap Forward, but it failed so bad they didn't do it anymore. Yeah, is it Deng Xiaoping? I can't remember the names of this type of stuff, but they definitely intentionally moved away from this type of stuff. Oh, were we gonna integrate this ourselves? Wait, what happened here? What the hell happened here? I guess we could put in this guy. Do we have a single? We do have a burger character, so we don't need to put in another burger character. So let's put in this guy. And the guy who we put in Dev Mittelmark, why don't we promote him to the head of cabinet for that sweet, sweet crown power? We're 24% now. Let's go, baby. Yeah, but, there are, like, if you have a state-owned enterprise, it's kind of, like, not fair for all the non-state-owned ones. You can see our crown power went up. Whee! A state-owned non-profit for strategic industries seems better use of money than giving subsidies to shareholders. Yeah, this might be the case. I'm kind of the opinion that the pharmaceutical companies are maybe really fucking inefficient. Especially because they don't... pharmaceutical companies do not have to publish studies that they do that support hypotheses that cause them to make less money, like showing that their drug is actually shit. They just get to pick and choose which studies they want to publish, and the entire idea is that they are given patents because this creates incentive for development, but they should have to fucking pub all their studies. And the fact that they could show null hypothesis or, like, failed to show the drug being effective and just not pub the study and just redo another study is a really significant issue. And I think it's possible that the government could just you don't have any like patent on drugs. The government pays for the development of drugs instead, and the dead weight loss is eliminated, and consumers or taxpayers end up better off because of the positive externalities of, like, just having more drugs widely available. But also, like, the entire, like, medical industry, like, is a little bit of a racket because to some extent in terms of, like, economic forces, because it doesn't incentivize people actually being healthy. It incentivizes people on subscription programs to drugs, basically. To just be on a drug for forever is where the financial incentives are, not avoiding needing the drug in the first place. And if the government were the one paying for a lot of this stuff, the incentive would be to avoid needing the drug in the first place. But instead, like, you want to create drugs and then put people on them subscription for forever. It's like a subscription model, effectively. And the fact that that is the incentive means that making people well is like... the incentive that is made for like these pharmaceutical companies is not wellness, and so maybe that's an issue. Like insurance places also just have a financial incentive to just like cuck you and not pay you money, and this is also maybe an issue. Wow, I could have sworn we had like 30k pops there. Are we just hemorrhaging pops to something? Maybe migration. We are over 100,000 now. China's using the subsidized engine industry meta. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. They're subsidizing key industries. Rail should be a non-profit. I don't know if it should necessarily be... Non-profit is not the same as government-owned. But yeah, I mean, you might mean non-profit. I would not hate if, like, a lot of these companies with perverse incentives were instead non-profits. I think that would reduce the incentives. So would nationalization, either one. Subsidy might be economically efficient, but it can have other benefits, like China's subsidized rare earth extraction and refining, something Western countries find expensive and not worth. But look at the leverage when China does export control. Yeah. If they can squeeze, like, effectively the supply chain. Like, supply chains in a capitalist, like a pure capitalist society are incredibly efficient. The problem with supply chains, as we found out with the pandemic, is that they're efficient, but they are not resilient. Disruptions to the supply chain are just, like, fucking awful in terms of outcomes. And this is like, this is a significant issue, and having, like, state-owned enterprises that would, like, do something like offset this weakness. Because in theory, when the supply chain gets uber-cucked, like, all the industries go under, right? And industries just die. And if you can, like, if as the government you like pay extra money to like create redundancy in shipping and something like this to absorb some of these shocks, that actually might be like net worth it for the taxpayer's perspective, even though no industry could ever afford to pay for supply chain resiliency. But those sectors, the companies wouldn't exist in the country if they weren't subsidized. What would the state-owned company harm? If the profits can make better passenger rail chain cheaper or better. Also, with China's mechanism, you still get the effect of competition. And sometimes what they do is, if one state-owned enterprise is doing it better than another, because they don't always just have one. Sometimes they have multiple state-owned enterprises. Sometimes they just have one cannibalize the other, because whatever systems they put into place. So the idea... It's not like they are nationalizing the entire industry. They are having the government-owned thing compete. And so you're gaining the benefits of competition. Subsidy is probably more expensive than state-owned enterprises in some cases, right? Ownership and management is so tight for private companies relative to government-owned institutions. Also, advantage... doesn't get reinvested the same private sector, which can create poor results. Or, like, inefficient results from a market perspective. Yeah. So, like, efficient or profitable industries might under-reinvest if the government just gets the money back and they decide they don't want to, like, grow the industry. Also, like, part of the housing bubble was driven by the fact that construction was state-owned by China, and China just decides to fucking pump the shit out of construction. But that's a reason why they have a lot more infrastructure in the course of like 20 or 30 years. They cause a massive housing bubble because they didn't let people own like stocks, but they let them own houses. So everyone invests and buys a whole bunch of houses as an investment mechanism. And then like if the people aren't living in the houses, it's just like monstrously like that is just going to collapse in their housing market. I don't know if it has collapsed or it's in the process or like it kind of like half collapsed, but they have a bunch of fucking railroads and houses and shit that's like super modern in China, which like even if a bunch of wealth was wiped out from the people who were investing in these houses because the prices collapsed, that doesn't exactly strike me as the worst fucking outcome to achieve. How many? It's 8 locations, 7 locations. This is 8. 8 with 2 amber. Might be a little bit better, actually. I don't know the fine-tooth details on that, so I'm not, like, trying to make a statement about one way or the other. How close are we to 60? What should they have invested to if not houses and stocks? No, I mean, there wasn't like, that was a little bit of, that was part of the transition period when they couldn't invest in anything else, basically. And so they had to invest in houses, and that might have been a little bit of like gamesmanship by the central government, because the only thing you can invest in is houses. So people, all of their surplus money that they want to reinvest for the future and their children's future is going into construction, because that's what China wants to do, is they want to build these fucking massive mega cities and a whole bunch of infrastructure because they don't care about you actually having a good investment. They are thinking more long term, and they want to have the framework for having a very strong nation. And like now, like you look at the high-speed rail that's been placed in China, and like the levels of urbanization, this type of stuff, and like it would be a very nice problem to have that housing was really cheap, like in America. That'd be sick. You know, they build infrastructure and newer buildings. Yeah, so like I guess in some ways that is inefficient. Like you have like this ghost town effect, which does have problems, but China is just what they're gonna do is they're just gonna throw more money at that if they have to. Let's just do this one. Housing bubble in China is something that government intentionally builds to prevent a sudden burst of, though. I think shorthand for current status is a malice on spending, one that the government seeks to deflate over time via capital controls. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this makes sense. China generally doesn't like chaos. I think we want to annex one of these guys relatively soon. It's going to improve relations with both of them. Yeah, they've been cranking up the slider in EU5 terms. Yeah. In Canada, we have the opposite problem. No under 30 can afford a new house. Yeah, I mean, like... it sucks because people's retirement gets wiped out, right? But then China just can, like, kind of... the government is eating a lot of the inefficiency. But, like, the U.S. government, when the U.S. government bails out a bank that was being naughty, like, that's expensive. That's not free. And so, like, the U.S. has when the U.S., like, gets kleptocratic, you have a system where, like, the costs are public and the benefits are private. And so, like, an example is, like, paying fucking a shitload in a no-bid contract to paint the whatever, like, the reflecting pool. Oh, I forget what it's called. I don't think it's a reflecting pool. I think there's a different one. But, like, these, like, government contracts that are overly expensive because they're just, like, obvious corruption, like, this is extra expensive, too. Or, like, years ago, there was, like, a $16 muffin scandal. Like, there's, issues when, like, governments are just, like, inefficient in general, too. Do you think EU5 accurately depicts early modern economics? Absolutely not. GDP growth during that time period was basically flat, like the first 200 years of the time period. But that would be a really unfun simulation, I think. I'm not educated. I guess how they get around the burden induced on their local governments, though. Sometimes they tell them to eat shit. It's kind of... And then they blame them. Like, the central government blames the local government. Like, they're just folding terrible local government debt into federal debt and eating massive costs. Yeah, though, I mean, it is inefficient at times. And this is the issue. So Rinse for All is... But, like, the U.S. is operated at a massive loss. But the massive loss is just, like... I think just subsidize the ownership class rather than, like, some grander, like... We don't have a bunch of fucking trains, you know, crisscrossing the middle of the country for no particularly good reason because there's, like, nothing there. Or there's not a lot there. There's not a bunch of random trains to Nebraska. Like, that's, like, what China's done. Instead, we have rich people who are even richer, basically. And it's like, well... I think one inefficiency is maybe a little bit more useful to people than the other. Which isn't to say that I think we should do China's system, because China's system is like, in a more global community sense, is like kind of a bad actor type system, because what you do is you violate some WTO stuff. Because there should be free trade and competition amongst firms, and when there's a state-owned enterprise competing with your firm and it just gets to operate at a loss, that's a fucking issue, but... You know. Can't imagine why consumer spending is so moderate with those conditions. That's the issue of all time. Well, it's I think that's part of a cultural thing regarding like China not just spending more as consumer. But if they're not going to spend as a consumer, you can run that little game a little bit more. Right? God, I feel like our pop growth is somehow stalling out, but that's craziness. That's crazy business, man. We're over 1% growth. Insane. Are they just migrating to here because there's more dev? I guess our places with a lot of pop are just kind of getting more and more of it. This place is actually running out of building levels. What do you think EU5 accurately models the transition from feudalism to capitalism? No. Are you talking about like the transition away from like no. I think it just looks like either like capitalism or like command economy just to begin with. Whatever that is, like whatever it's representing, it just like represents it all throughout and doesn't have a mechanism that really, conveys like industrialization, if that's what you mean by capitalism. Like there's not like ownership, a transition of ownership from like local peasantry and there's not a transition to a capitalist ownership class in any sort of way, because the ownership doesn't get represented, right? Like nobody owns this building. This building adds to the tax base, and then within locations, tax base does stuff. Most of China's HSR locate in dense population centers. Not fair comparison to say HSR in Nebraska. I don't think that. In the Belt and Road Initiative, they ate a ton of inefficiency to try and very specifically connect infrastructure to more interior China. So I don't think that that's necessarily correct in like an absolute sense. Like the majority of rail is going to be on the coast and like this type of stuff. But like they definitely ate inefficiency to try and connect interior China because they want to make the interior more developed. Like in an active, we're going to lose money doing this type of way. Some segments of road and those of road are and those would be very lucrative. Yeah, I don't think yeah. Auto expand on legumes, real flat GDP growth moment. Yeah, basically. This guy gets it. This is like we just say to ourselves it's high control, fuck it. Like is like it's 90 control and it costs less to expand these because the change like RGOs now the price to expand them scales with like their base price. So like expanding the base price of one stuff's not as bad as it was before. Like the top end's not really there as much, but we're just like we're kind of holding out on like more pops to some extent. And just being disgusted with ourselves. I guess we could put in rights here. Because we have all the industries already expanded. Here I think we're going with the books. We already have the rights. Here I think we're going with the books. How much are these making, man? That's quite a bit of profit per level. Okay. Cabinet is Stellaris Council and it represents nothing realistic. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, like, it's like a gamification. But, like, at a certain point, you need to be okay with gamification. And it's just, like, at which point you're okay with it. Why was the interstate system not privatized, like, other public infrastructure in the US? I'm not sure exactly why they didn't privatize it. I think it would be a fucking nightmare if you want the government to maintain it and then you want to make it private. It's like kind of a weird mixed incentive thing. What economic system would you describe EU5 systems in? I mean, the thing is, nobody owns the means of production. It's like almost an incoherent question. Because, like, if you're asking, is it a capitalism or a communism, it's like, or, like, I guess it's like, I mean, I guess it's like a command economy, because, like, some amorphic force is deciding everything and nobody owns anything. Like, but, like, the distinction between the two, like, who owns the thing, but you're using market forces, it would be like, It's nothing but state-owned enterprises. That's all it is. It's a capitalism, but it's a communism masquerading as a capitalism. Because there's like market prices. Like you're not determining the price. I guess you are determining the amount of things output though. National defense is why they didn't privatize it. The interstate system was built for the transporting a U.S. military. Yeah, I understand that, but you could have... I think in theory, you could still have that be private. You just, like, get to, like, bust in and say, this is ours to do with what we want. Like, or something like this. We won't compete with the French there. Oh, no! It's already been gotten. I'm expecting that for quite a bit of the territory. We are 2/3 the way there to assassinating this guy, getting our guy in charge, and achieving Prussia, we hope. Distributionist explains control. I mean, like... Okay. No bodyism? Yeah, this is maybe the real answer. Like, the funds are, like, the profits just go to a slush fund that is the wealth level, and this gets distributed based on power. It's like, actually, like, everything is just one giant corporation, and the estates own portions of the corporation. Based on proportionate to power. And then they get paid dividends. But it's just one giant corporation. Like, here, then the estates get taxed. But, like, here, like, 42% of the national corporations just owned by the burghers, but then we tax their asses. Supply and demand free market where the player seizes all the means of production? Yeah. Well, like, the means of production are also just, fixed. Like, you build the building and then that's the building. The building is there. And it is always the building, and that is the building that is it. And it will always find employees if it's, like, profitably, yeah. Does it make sense to stack multiple rights for the goods to like get bonuses from different rights? Not really, because I think it makes sense on some of the ones that give more production efficiency, but for each of these, they don't just purely give value. They also create a malus. So, like, here we have the textile rights. It's giving us minus 5% production efficiency. It doesn't actually give us 20% production efficiency like it says. It gives us 15 because it's additively put in with this. And the big attraction is to get as much production efficiency as possible on all of your industries. And you have enough locations that you can urbanize all of them and choose for them to specialize and then only build those specific industries. Kind of, to some extent, you have the ability to do this in terms of just like raw number of urban locations and like maximize profits. So you would not want to, like, if you put in 4 industries, 4 different urban rights, what you would achieve is 0 positive on the things, on the industries that you slotted in, like the textile rights here. 0 positive value, and you would get negative in everything else, right? That would be the end effect. But also just having as much production efficiency as possible, I think, is more important than being able to add additional industries, especially because in some of these places, with just the 3 industries, we will kind of be approaching our max building level anyways. So, like, here, we couldn't entertain another 3 industries in terms of building level without going over and paying a massive big fat malus. Do you think the U.S. economy could be improved if we adopted EU5 system? No, I think EU5 system would be really inefficient. I've seen the way players play. Yeah, they need a bit of an invisible hand. It's not proportionate to power. That's right. Wealth share is separate to power. That's true. You're correct. Isn't colonizing smallish pop country just punishing yourself? Not really. Although this is actually probably why some of our places we thought we can urbanize, we no longer can't. This might be the source of where the pops went. Where are the pops? Where is Harvey Dent? But they get a lot more pop growth overseas, if that makes sense. Right? So you don't get the full value because you don't own the place, but they get to, like, do some things. This colony might be bad because there aren't really very good RGOs up here, but that one is kind of necessary to make the other ones. We just kind of wanted to get it going. Paper has bonuses from 2 different things? Really? You might be right. Let's double check. If that is the case, we need to put in a pinned comment, maybe. I didn't think that this was the case. Well, it's the case with dyes, but, like, I don't know if you like it with dyes. Oh, maybe you do it with dyes. Holy shit. We're complaining about this effect. Maybe you're supposed to put both in with dyes. That's... I think you just saturate the market with dyes too hard, but... I mean, dyes are cheap to ship. Oh no. Is it worth upgrading, researching and upgrading level 2 buildings? Absolutely. It's super, super OP. I feel like I get stuck perpetually upgrading, mass upgrading buildings if I'm playing a larger nation. You probably overbuild the level 1 buildings first. This is a megacorp simulator. Each country is a corporation. They are all competing in the free market by means of their power. Yeah. Do they apply to RGOs? I think that they might. I'm not 100%. I knew something doubled up. Yeah, no, it's the dyes. The thing is, I just thought, like, the dyes are on, like, 2 of the better rights. And I feel like you collapse the price of dyes either way. So I'm uncertain if you want the output to get a more squeeze out of the price collapse. Like, you would be able to collapse the price lower and maintain profitable buildings longer if you stacked it. But then you're missing out on the pop growth. I'm not sure if it's worth the pop growth. Or after a certain point, having to pay for, like, the legitimacy, right? Because the cost is effectively flat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers, Sway. In Johann's view of history, every country was an anarchist, syndicalist, command economy in 1337. Big true. Oh wow, they're getting after it, man. We have not been able to pass one thing. I think we look to go after Naples again, probably. I know we can get extra information for Naples. Actually, in terms of they're different. You just let the goon squad go after these guys? Maybe? Boho just has to be sitting on fat stacks of money. And we could just let them merc up. Like, allies are so much more useful because you effectively get to throw their piggy bank at other people. Because they will merc up when it's not their fight. I mean, okay, probably. They need an urban versus rural value, but the loco on the spectrum is dependent on the location ranks, with town being 50-50. Well, that's maybe a bit of a vibe. I mean, like, the game, like, pushing 100% urbanization... Well, first of all, I think in the abstract, I'm not a fan of this gamification. Like, location rank as a mechanic. Like, I would prefer something that is... Like, stuff slowly upgrades ranks, right? This is like an arcadey simulation of like, oh, like it's like playing Monopoly, right? I put a house on my territory. It's like I towned this location. Oh, I put a hotel on my territory. And it should be maybe indicative of like the underlying going-ons in the location type of thing instead. The what squad now? The goon squad. I refuse to kowtow to contemporary nomenclature where a goon does not refer to a goober of a like henchman type guy. That is the goon squad. We are sending the goon squad in the previous nomenclature, not the goon squad in the you know, insipid internet nonsense. We're sending like James Bond villain. We're sending our goons. Nah, not, you know, incels sending their goons. Nah. Similar, I know, but distinct. I don't like being incentivized to urbanize legumes and not silks and dyes. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit weird. When's the Dev Diary vid coming out? It's already out, man. Yeah. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? I must inquire as to what. Actually, maybe let's take a look. Oh no, Hungary's fucking jacked. What have we done? We made a mistake. A critical error. I think we have to mark up. I think we're gonna need to become a goon ourselves. We will need to engage in this tomfoolery. We want stuff that has cavalry. Not a lot of stuff has cavalry, unfortunately. West Novgorod, I guess, does. Do you have the tech? You do not have the technology. We can use Poland's men against them. I think we like that in general. I think we'll take a little bit less of this and a little bit more of this. Let's also maybe make this like 4 years. I think that's enough to conduct a war. It is kind of the start of the war. We'll see how things shake out. Do something like this. Happy birthday, happy Wednesday. Thank you, thank you. Play with a mod that limits the city to 1 per province. I don't like that because some provinces are really fucking big and some are small. I like the gamification for this, to be honest. Gooners are the Arsenal fans. Okay, okay, okay. Goober is just a larval form of the goon. I think I could respect this headcanon. We must goon? Yeah, like a James Bond villain would want us to. Maybe location types make it feel better, just not all urbanization. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, a town's not like a... The thing is like, there's also no reason to have towns. You never ever want a town. Like, you either want rural or city. Or actually, I guess now rural and megalopolis. You received no notification for it? YouTube doesn't like you, I guess? Did you click the notification bell? My guy? I sold 2 locations in Morocco near the end date for 200k. Medieval national parks. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is. I really like how mercs are the main way you fight wars in the EU5, but I still wish the merc mechanics had a little bit more depth. Yeah, but now that it's the way that everyone fights with, then maybe now we'll see a little bit more change. You know what I mean? Bump. Rocket Roll Jew, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciated. Thank you for the birthday well wishes as well. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, my guy? Of course, years ago, my guy. Yeah, back in the Dark Ages before, or the simpler, better times before goon meant goon, and instead goon meant goon. You know what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? I hope so. We want to try and win some battles here. What is even the war goal? Corsican? Okay. I really wish you could recruit mercs inside your allies' territory, but maybe that's too strong. Oh, get stack wiped, idiot. I see my mercs are as strong as yours. Let them recover morale here. Countries have so much money, unupgraded buildings, and so many insanely overbuilt cities, and each building costs thousands. AI suck at managing their economy, but everyone's still drowning in money. Yeah, there's too much money. Indeed, birthday biddies. Megalopolis requirements are also absolutely insane. Paris may be the only place in Europe that can become one. I would not put it at 400,000, but like I almost certainly would have put it at least 250k. I feel like I need to rewatch 4 hours of stream with the confirmation while I was away. Womp womp. We haven't made too much progression here, to be honest. But we have fought a couple big wars. Location rank is actually something happened IRL. Lords promoting strategic location. That's maybe fair enough. But this is not like a weird abstraction. I think it, or like in practice it's a weird abstraction, but like in theory there actually was this occurring. We're trying to clip some of the big armies. Maybe we should have just started sieging, bro. We're eating attrition, I think, from having... No, this is just for winter. Where the frick are these guys going? Wait, what is this? What's going on? Bro, we have... the rights to pass there. Alright, we're just gonna come back and see if we can clip some armies over here. Evil EU5 business idea, take the capital of the country and sell the location for a gigantic amount of money. Yeah, the selling locations has never been balanced. It's a lot of cheeky, cheesy strategies. Any thoughts on what country you'll play test to 1.3? Almost certainly an Italian one, yeah. What is this mostly? Mercs? What do you mean it's a massive merc army? I guess everyone's attritioning. I guess we could get more specific than just like Italian country. I haven't put much thought into what Italian country, I guess. We do want Stolp to get more pop. God, this is so silly. Like, the combination of stack wipes and mercs feels a little bit awkward. And we're gonna let our morale recover and then start heading over. Oldenzi and Savoy. It's not that hard to get 400k, expel pop and encourage migration in the same market. 50 to 80 years, you can get 100 in the market center. That'll give them... I think that's kind of like the same as us paying for mercs, to be honest. Us giving someone else in our war mercs. I think we can eat a -1 here. It's not the end of the world. How are the allies doing? I think they're not doing too hot. We have quite a bit of extra stack here, but... Whoa. Milan Super City. Naples was the easiest one to get to Megalopolis, but Milan would be... I think played Naples more recently. I don't think... Actually, I have played Milan, but I don't think I've played Milan for content. Milan was actually one of the first countries I played, so when I was playing for fun, Milan was a country I had selected. If that makes a difference with how we look at it. Is this all mercs? The composition doesn't look all mercs. Yeah, that looks like a levy to me. Let's get him. Let's get him, boys. Use a levy! This should be good for us. Oh, baby. Now, this is a merc army, but our army is bigger. Do we want to eat a 2 penalty? Maybe not. Maybe we just outmaneuver him like this. We got him, boys and girls. Do Verona. Verona has actually got some sick bonuses, so Verona is like kind of high on the list of country I would want to play. I also want to play Genova with their galleys that turn into light ships and vice versa. Like, I think that's super sweet. We're going to cross the river there, that way we don't have to cross the river again. I do think that that's how the river connection works. Yeah, we don't get the penalty column. And we can make, like, Croatia or something. This should be good for us. Yeah, like, this works, I think, either, even if it is mercs. So we didn't even check, but maybe we should have. Probably should have known what we were getting into. Know your stack. Rep your set. Know what I mean? I don't. Okay, nice. God, sieges take so long too. Let's just come back this way. Oh, what's this? Say goodbye, friend. Let's head back here. But I've noticed, and I don't know if it's fixed, if you have a country with a lot of inflation, talking about 10,000, the money goes back to Papal States, doesn't get devalued. Yeah. Seems like that's kind of like a low priority. Or would be a low priority thing, but that makes sense. It feels like we need to get some new advances. I think there was 120. Or like 180 new advances. We'll be defender either way with the fort. So even though this guy's invisible in here, we're gonna hide over it. Yeah, and this is kind of why. You don't mind eating a 1 penalty here. I guess we do want to make sure we are maxed on the morale before we head out. I think we win this. What are we up against? Is this Mono Merc? This is Mono Merc and Rag. They have a really good commander. We'd prefer to go after areas that are in Hungary, because this makes them weaker. I guess Lithuania is a little bit far back, too. We also do want to get good tech. So maybe we don't want to overthink it too much. Actually, I don't think I've ever bribed a merc. Alright, buddy. Oh, can you imagine how mad players would be if, like, we fucking... like, right now, like... look at this, look at this. Can you imagine how mad players would be if, like, the AI played, like, hyper-competent and you're locked in on movement, the battle's about to happen, and then right out from under you the merc gets bribed. Oh, get wrecked. Get shit on, and, like, people are pissed now. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the AI does this to you? You're sitting there with your big fat merc stack, you're like, I think I win this, and then they do this. And then, bam! Thunder from down under. Suddenly you're shitting your pants because you get stacked by this merc army. Let's go. Alright. So what's the status for reformation of these missed streams, several hours of stream? We're going to eventually flip, but we need to first assassinate the leader of the Teutonic Order, because... Oh no! Our spy got discovered! We need this guy out of here. So that our guy can take the throne, and then we can inherit the Teutonic Order from Event. You guys like that one? So what's the only time when EU5 AI will be linked to an LLM/AI? Yeah, I don't know. People say they want stronger AI. Like, I can feel people's anger at, like, if that were to happen to them. Like, you have this Merc army, and it's, like, on the enemy's border, and, like, the battle's locked in. It's definitely gonna happen, and then suddenly you get bribed. Are you stream 007 First Light? Probably not. If AI always bought off Mercs, that it's a fantastic way to delete money from the AI, prevents Merc spam. I'm saying, like, right before a battle happens, they, like, and it's, like, a critical battle, they just, like, yoink your Merc, and you're just like, oh. Oh, I see. I wonder if you can even take him mid-battle. Like, we're sitting here, because we want to reinforce this, if this guy gets, like, smacked on. Yeah, there we go. This is what we were anticipating. So 52,000 against 41. And this is like all mercs. But I wonder if we can hire the guys mid-combat and flip them. I don't think we can. No. But this should be good for us. So this makes a weird metagame where you have to avoid the borders, because you can only hire something that I think is within your borders or is bordering your border. You can only bribe. Shouldn't be too long before you can put another spy in. Yeah, it was a big sad. What's this? Why do we get a rebattle? Wait, why are we just uber... Why do we have way less guys? Oh, he just hard routed? Yeah, okay. But now he has an army there. Can we just bribe it? Our allies are hiring so many mercs too. I don't look like we can just bribe. Unfortunate. Dank Daddy PC, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I feel like I've seen you follow before. I've always found it odd how your name is Generalist Gaming, but you basically only play Sandbox games. Shouldn't it just be Specialist Gaming? Well, there's a Generalist Ideas and a Generalist Strength channel, so the idea is that I do different things, but not necessarily that I play different games. The Generalist is a little bit more macro than you had anticipated. I mean, what are we cooking with here? Not with any sort of heat. Okay, 3 stacks. Let's go. If we max out halberdiers... Okay, we can just max out everything. We don't want to get something that's that far away. We still want to get rank 3 units, just in general. I mean, this is mainly rank 3. You can get rid of the armored footmen. Meanwhile, we have the Merc Thunderdome going on with our subjects and allies. It looks like they're actually winning this battle. It's always nice. Oh, these guys hate it. These guys are done. Oh, they hate it. They're willing to give up provinces. Let's go. And they're willing to give up provinces while their battle's ongoing. Oh, we lost 10% war score? What the hell happened? I think we paid for this merc. I want to, like, use the merc. Oh, don't leave. We're gonna kill you. Don't be like that. Have you seen the Nori 4E town charters? They're good. 10% enfranchisement and a huge migration attraction. I'm using Kiev Run. Your ally ran away. Ally got smart. Ally got wise. They were like, yeah, fuck this. 41 war score, not bad. Could probably take a decent chunk. Yeah, let's try and get back there. Journalist gardening is the channel we really need. This is true. But maybe not the channel we deserve. Damn. Subjects, do something. I guess we handle that afterwards. This is clear, easy clap. Very clear, easy clap. He doesn't win that. There's no way. What is he doing? We're still taking a lot of damage. Holy shit, does he win it? There's no way. I mean, he has better front saturation. We have supply units. Not like this. His morale's, like, getting tanked. Right? This can't possibly be good for him. Rum, 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 rum. 83, main. 88. Thank you for the resub. Happy birthday. And the happy birthday wishes. Much appreciated, my guy. He has 15 discipline on you? Oh. Oh, just kidding. We lose this battle then, probably, huh? That makes sense, actually. Oh, we didn't go aristocracy. Maybe... You know what? The big benefit of going, like, plutocracy is like, oh, we just hire more mercs than him. No more. I think his morale fails here. Does it not? Or we're the side on the right. Okay, just never mind. I thought we were the side on the left. I was like, how are we? This looks bad. I think we want this because we could actually integrate it ourselves. Something like this, maybe? Start having to worry a little bit about the coalition. Maybe let's just take one province from each angle. And that keeps things in check a little bit. Or a little over one province. We release Croatia as a subject. We could also keep fighting. We have no battles ongoing. Wait, do we have the max war score from battles, but we don't have... We're not ticking the war score. Well, the question is, what do we grab with more war score if we're not trying to get a coalition-sized chunk out of them? Like, if we're trying to avoid a coalition, what are we supposed to take? Don't forget about the war exhaustion. Just peace out, Hungary, and dogpile Poland. They'll give so much that you'll need to siege forts, which admittedly is annoying. Could do that. Can't do that. We also can't take anything that is not HRE territory by the looks of it. Oh, is Croatia not dead? Oh, Croatia's not dead, so we actually want to release Styria instead. I think. Alright. This may be better anyways. So they'll still have a claim down here in the south, so we will be able to generate claims for a CB. But we could do something like this. And then with the other CB, we might be able to get a little bit more work done. Some of these guys are quite upset. I think Salzburg and Ferrara will improve relations with. Why are you upset? We're returning stuff to the HRE. I guess we're taking it ourselves, we're not liberating. I think war reparations is better than taking raw gold. This looks good to me. Forced to return cores on release nations. Oh, you're so right. We shouldn't actually make a big Styria. Because then we can't, like, return cores. So true, bestie. This is with war reps. This is fine enough. I think we'll integrate some of this ourselves. We can trace proximity through HRE land, so this seems fine. Although this is going to be lesser Polish, maybe we should subject it up. Why can't we do Styria? Oh, just kidding, I don't have eyes. Oh, we didn't delete the fort, too. Not like this. Happy birthday, thank you, thank you. Sweet, sweet iron. Thank you, Nola and Bori Gerogame. What's the plan for the order? We are going to... boy, are we going to backstab. We have an event where we get to annex all of them. If they are part of our dynasty. We have installed as their heir a member of our dynasty, so plan is to assassinate this guy. So we are going to stick a knife in the bag. Use the very rarely used, or I think it's kind of rarely used, assassination interaction. And then we're going to flip Protestant, currently we're Emperor, and maybe cause some issues for whoever the Emperor is. We want this for the progression towards plutocracy. So we'll be able to bring it up like 5-ish points. Not a whole lot, but... then we guess pass it for the stab. We are improving relations with some of those cats. Nobody huge in here. You just need to win the war of religion and you can become emperor again. I think that'll be the plan if we make it that far. Well, we probably don't need to siege down the fort. We could probably just siege down everything else and then they'll capitulate. God damn it. $2,700. Okay. How much spy network do you need? Last time I did this, it required 100. I don't know if they've changed it, but I assume it's 100. That was 80, but it's not an... Yeah, I don't use this interaction much either, so I don't really know. I think this will be enough to get them to capitulate. I hope it is. I feel like we did so much work to reclaim HRE land, and people are so ungrateful. Terrible. What's things looking like? There is a breach. We can assault it, but it's like not with our men. I don't think we have enough men to succeed in an assault. It's actually 100% not our men, though, that we would use. I think we'd just use our subjects and we'll just leave them alone. Because you can't use... This is like entirely mercs and then cavalry, neither of which can assault, so I don't think we have anything. Google software engineer has been charged with using confidential company information to make $1.2 million on Poly Market. Get him. Get him. Get him. Yeah, I don't know. Polymarket, like, should be... I think people should be able to gamble. Like, I don't think gambling should be, like, banned because it's, like, sinful or some shit. That's stupid, but, in general, I think that... Well, so I think that it's... Unfortunately, it's an industry where, very often there's, like, insider information and, like, the consumer's not really properly protected, and that's like almost like a feature rather than a bug. We're doing, in places we might turn into bread baskets, we're just gonna like put these on auto expand. Wool is so hot right now, Hansel. Let's do that. This guy could also just choose to drop dead. That would be fantastic as well. He's not very old, though. Also, welcome RNG to the stream. We should be annexing Bavaria again. I'm not sure what we do here, though, once we annex them. It's kind of a weird spot. We maybe just even release them as a subject. Yeah, unfortunate. I think in theory I'm supposed to release them as vassals and then do the cheese where I flip them fiefdom. Or sorry, yeah. But I don't feel like doing that, so we're gonna do just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Going to sleep, good night. Godspeed. Take care, man. Yeah, I think we want to try and stick it out to do this event, but also starting to get a little bit tired ourselves and hungry. perhaps Prussia was not but a dream. Although I might play a little bit more Dominions later, so... Sure. No cities, and we've really put in a lot of industry in our stuff, so there's not too much for us to do. I mean, we can build roads manually. I think the choicest of roads have already been built. Maybe not. Maybe there's a little bit more something here. Here and there. Our mercs expire. Just need a couple years on the spy network. That's what we said the first time, but then our spy got exiled. And then we were like, oh, But yeah, I agree, in principle. Theory is practice in theory, but not in practice. We do also have the threat from Romanga. But got a little bit of a trucey time here. Why not feed your little Bavarians to some Austria? No AE for you? Just get mutual offense. The thing is if we vote on mutual offense and they say no, we lose all of our integration progress. Oh no, wait, no we don't, because it's a different type of vote. We could. Yeah, we probably should. Damn it. Well, actually right now we're allied with Austria is the reason we wouldn't, but we could do it with Salzburg or something. Especially if these guys have cores. I don't think that they do, but then they wouldn't even acquire infamy. I think it's kind of silly that... I think it's kind of silly that you could do that to, like, avoid paying infamy, basically. Any spy network tech you could research? True. I think there's actually a good one in Age of Discovery. We'll check this age first, though. I mean, okay, I guess. We already have that one. Silly mention, so silly. If you queue it and then make it priority, it will keep research progress. Is that new? It's already number 2. So you just finished tech? Yeah, I think we're just not gonna lose out on tech and Swallow getting it a little bit later. I think it's generally not one to own, but we just kind of want to do our thing here. Did this bonus used to be 50%? And now it's smaller? I'm not sure. We maybe should have started merking earlier just to preserve our pops. But I think that's also maybe to some degree where some of our pops have gone. When we talked about losing pops, might have been trying their hands at mercenaries, because everyone else is hiring mercenaries. Maybe this is actually where all the negative pop growth is coming from. People are identifying it to, like, the plagues and this type of stuff, but maybe it's not even the plagues. Maybe it's not this ish. How many pops have we lost? Actually, no, we're losing shitloads of pops to... Holy shit. Measles. Lost 20,000. Typhus, we lost 300,000 in 1524. Oh, baby. Let's buy some hospitals, man. Let's buy some hospitals. To be fair, I don't think we have the mercury to support that amount of hospitals, but whatever. Actually, let's maybe be a little bit more disciplined. We'll cancel them in our lowest pop places. They're under 20k pops. I think we will not get a hospital. Unless they're on the coast. We'll tolerate a little bit more on the coast because we don't want to cancel the other building just to cancel our hospital, but bam. That's called skill, baby. Alright, we'll do that. Gotta build up those hospitals? Yeah, and disease resistance tech. That's like previously like a modifier you ignore. Way to picked it up. I don't remember where Mercury stacks are, but one can support a pretty huge empire. I feel like that's true, but I feel like I also don't build that many hospitals. The fact that it gets used in the hospitals is so silly because I think it's for the mercury thermometer, and like the mercury thermometer isn't like a thing yet historically. But yeah, it takes 0.01 mercury. 0.01. Yeah, it's looking like we're gonna lose it if our spy network gets caught, but alright. Not too big a cost here. The fact that you could actually trade farther now than you used to be before actually makes hospitals better, I think, for the purposes of avoiding plague damage. But yeah, it's actually, we just like lost a ton of pops to the disease, which should be the case. Like, it was an issue that you would only see the bubonic plague and the disease is kind of at the opener, and then like you'd never be hurt by disease again, basically. Pop disease resistance decays? Yeah, now it does. It did not used to, basically. No mercury patio tech? Why? We don't have gold or silver yet. Probably a leak. We probably should have gone for it forever ago. Like, there's silver over here. This one. A bonus silver, even. That's got plus 25% output, so it's just as good as gold mine. Actually, that's not true, because once you get mercury patios, silver, like, it doesn't, it's not multiplicative with other effects. Not multiplicative. We're kind of having a little bit of come up. He's doing alright-ish, too, though. Tax base is up pretty good amounts. We have our auto expands in. There's not too much we could do to like push things forward though. Kind of at where we're at. Just another 25% in here. Just another 2 years basically of waiting, and we should be able to assassinate the guy's ass. Someone said that they thought the assassination was 80 though, so we might be on the cusp of it. We'll have a little bit of a save and see. We're also increasing our disease resistance. I don't think the Lazario gives very much. Oh, it gives a ton, actually. Just kidding. Alright, let's save. You don't need to wait. You sure we don't need to wait before we can check if it's 80? What? Alright. Oh, you know what it might be? Crown characters require more. It also might not be 80 though. Mercury was used in some medicines before we came around to understanding it being poisonous. Yikes. Maybe just do a little bit more there. Enchanté. Try and get something in. Almost want to set this on automation, exploration. And then a little bit of this, a little bit of that. There we go, there we go. Didn't realize it scales based on character type. Yeah. I've been spoiled with how comprehensive the EU4 wiki is. Having to remember all the details is so rough. Yeah, the wiki is not the... it might be like 90. We might be able to assassinate. We'll see. Do you take any supplements? When I'm staying on top of things, I take a multivitamin and creatine, and that's kind of it. Multivitamin's just like a really omega free roll. Everyone should just take a multivitamin. Not because it does anything, because it's generally not going to do anything. But like, if you're deficient in any vitamin or mineral, going from being deficient to not deficient is such a big game. And multivitamins are like functionally very, very cheap. Like, they don't cost a lot of money. And again, they're very unlikely to do something, or if you have like a balanced diet or whatever, but like if you are somehow like missing, like if you're anemic and you go from it being anemic to not being anemic, that's like fucking just an absolutely enormous come up. And so like I think it's a big enough like potential upside that it's worth doing. If that makes sense. What about ketamine? You take that? No, we're not. I'm safe scumming that. We're trying to get to. We're trying to get somewhere here. I am a dirty, dirty save scummer. Talking about multivitamins like an EU5 opener. I mean, it's just like a free roll. Like, the multivitamin, like, you could buy, like, a multivitamin for, like, 20 cents a multi, right? So, I think it's even cheaper. I think it's, like, under 10 cents a multi, like, so for, like, $3 a month, right? You just like get to have like, it's not even like healthiness, it's just like insurance. Like, if I was like completely like deficient in something, now I'm like in an okay shape, and it's like that's what we're paying for, is like the insurance. Fair, we were pretty deep in stream, we want to get that done already. Yeah, I'm like I don't know, like, if someone wants to say hashtag unskilled, that's fine. Hashtag cheater. Yeah, you got me. Because that is just like clearly and obviously a dirty save scum. That's not a like, wow, the game mechanic maybe shouldn't be like that. That's a respectable objection to the game mechanics via like, nope, that's just like, we're just being a... we're just like, we didn't like that RNG, let's try again. Normally when I save scum, it's like, either like, I save scum a bit, but it's usually like a particular type of thing where like a system's not working properly or it's working lame, or I try not to save scum if I just get like wrecked, but like just a mechanic like kind of being silly is more the reason. But like I don't think that's silly. They should absolutely be able to discover our supply, and when that happens we should have our spy network like diminished, but I don't want my spy network to be diminished. So what I mean, yeah. It's already kindred. Womp womp. Does this at 90 now include the king? No, it doesn't. It's 100. Yeah, yeah. Hashtag, not like this. Sometimes you gotta say hell with RNG. Yeah, this is just one of those times. You're pretty vocally not an Iron Man fan, so whatever. Yeah, I mean, like, also this, but, like, I'm also not a fan of, like, avoiding RNG. Like, if RNG is, like, reasonable from a representation system, I'm not a fan of avoiding it, through Sigave scumming. If there's something that just, like, breaks the run and its randomness, I will save scum that, though. Like, I'm not interested in, like, restarting 5 times and doing the exact same thing 5 times, like, you know, just to achieve a particular outcome. This type of thing. But we will be getting that eventually, or, like, having a use for that. I think we'll just grab it. Merchant quarters is probably, like, actively bad. I guess we'll go with, like, this. No gov reform or waiting for the next stage. I'm just, saving it for the next run. I think it's probably the next stage, though. I don't think we have anything too standoutish remaining. Yeah, this is the next stage. I'm not sure what we need, what we want next stage, but the power level of these things generally does increase. Now we're just foaming at the mouth. I guess we should have saved again if we're interested in saves coming. Our spy network got discovered again. Video game, please. Yeah, basically. I mean, I've definitely done a run where I've done an assassination. I think... oh, this was before release, actually. Like, a Castile run that I did. Where, like, spy network got discovered multiple times, but we still kept trying. But I'm not, like... yeah, I'm not into that. I just want the thing, please. Because I just want to click the buttons, you know, and then call it a day. You have an opinion on nationalizing petroleum industries, like IRL? Under, like, I think you should need a reason to, like, yeah, we're just gonna save every 5. I think you need a... I'm not a fan of nationalizing something without a reason. If you have a good reason, then I'm a big fan of, Like I think there are a lot of reasons to justify nationalization, but you'd have to fill me in on what the reasoning is. Like, I'm not, nothing comes to mind. Is there, like, externalities? Is there perverse incentives? Is that what we think? Like, there's perverse incentives where they will not... I mean, in theory, the government should be able to, should put, like, cap and trade, like, tax on these types of things, right? Or, like, cap and trade is an effective way of reducing emissions, and, like, the industries that increase emissions, which I think petroleum one's, like, one of these, no. Council of Trent time. Alright. Turn on monthly autosave. Yeah, I'm okay manually saving every, like, 4 months. That's fine. Ugh. Is it deterministic? Are we, like, doing it on the same month every time? And we just actually can't save scum this? Basically, I'm thinking about how Trump captured Maduro using public institution, but there's no guarantee the oil in Venezuela won't go to private interest. Oh, I mean, I think he's looting the country. I think we're, like... I think this is, like, a kleptocracy. So, like, this, like, theoretical situation, like, how to get the money out of, like, Trump's hands is to, like, chop his hands off. Like, metaphorically speaking, let's say. You should deny his ability to, like, keep sticking his hand in the piggy bank. Because, like, the no-bid contract to his buddy that does, like, the pool things, you're assuming that his buddy's not giving him a kickback, and then they 10x'd, like, the 10x'd the initial bid, just, like, randomly to, like, paint the reflecting pool. Like, I mean, that's the contract that is completely way over cost. The entire point is, like, looting the country. Like, that's the entire point behind this, like, 300 million ballroom. Actually, we need $1 billion for it, so you can have a bunch of, like, cushy contracts. That's why one of the most expensive Olympics was the Sochi Olympics, was because, like, Russia's running a kleptocracy, and so Putin could just give out a bunch of cushy contracts that's just free money, basically, to all the people who were busy not building hotels for the Sochi Olympics, because when they got there, this shit wasn't even finished, and instead just, like, give out these government contracts for these construction companies who then just, like, send kickbacks to Putin, right? So it's just, like, it's grift. And, like, I don't think that a dime is gonna see of the money that from the oil that is sold is going to. I don't think it's gonna see the government accounts. I think it's just gonna be used to enrich, like, either Trump or his, like, cronies or whatever. Yeah. You have to restart the game, or else the spy will be at 93%. Not like this. Fair enough. Yeah. Also, that's, like, that's not even. That's neither. I don't think that's fucking ours. Just because we took, like, it from Venezuela. Like, I think that's, like, what's piracy when it's not in the water? Like, we're literally just, like, that's just imperialism. Like, that's. Yeah. Your birthday's on the same as Jamie Oliver, Ava Elfie, and my mother. Happy birthday. Thank you. Much appreciated. What if the government nationalized McDonald's and made McChicken free for everyone? It sounds like communism to me. You have to restart. Yeah. FBI, we're just being metaphorical? Yeah, we're being metaphorical. We like metaphor. It was like sticking his hand in the piggy bank. There's no actual piggy bank. We're not talking about real hands, yeah. Definitely the case here. Although, like, I actually, like, also am not, like, I think if things get solved with political violence, that's actually not, like, a good solution, like, for the country. So, like, I'm actually, like, not a fan of that. Where the red fern grows, raccoon trap, if you will. Yeah, something like that. Alright, keep it on unpaused while tangents, or we'll never assassinate this asshole. True. Yeah, speaking of. Alright. We're at 100. We're gonna take a save just in case this goes weirdly belly up. I was gonna say it's banditry, but imperialism works too. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just like... I'm not on board with, like, a government program where the program is stealing from other countries because they're weaker than us. Like, I'm not a fan of my government doing that. I think that that's fucked up, and they shouldn't do that. Alright. Let's double check that we have the heir. It's our guy? Yeah, it is. It is the Vittelbach guy. We get assassinated ruler. Oh, this is the fucking infinite Diplo rep. You know what? I just want to form Prussia. I think that this is fucking an insane modifier. This is so not worth eating minus 25 dip rep. So we wouldn't do this. We would just wait for him to die. But for the sake of popping the event and forming Prussia, we're going to do it. We say goodbye to him. And then now there's a Wittelsbach on the throne. It's not guaranteed to fire. We do have the requirements though, so 5% monthly chance. So we'll pretend that we can't do math and say that it's gonna guaranteed fire in 20 months, right? Yeah. Because that's how math doesn't work. We'll just let that one ride. We just want the event to pop and get it. I was hoping you'd whack the air by accident. No, not at this point. We're not gonna play a run where we eat 25 fucking Diplo rep issue. 50 years, and it's not even decaying. Yeah, it'd be less horrible if it decayed. It doesn't even decay. It's just like awful, like completely unusable. This is what I remember. Like, yeah, I didn't remember the number. I just remember the sound it made when it was completely unplayable, like, for us to do. Like, look at the trust, minus 39. To be fair, minus 39 with them is, like, makes sense. I mean, maybe this isn't categorically unplayable, but we're, like, never getting reelected. Who would have thought that, like, assassinating your... Actually, we could get reelected. That's crazy that even with a negative Diplo rep, we're still in that boat. That's wild. That's crazy moves. Maybe this isn't hyper unplayable, but minus 25, who decided that? That's what I'm saying. My brain has to, like, choose the right button. Yeah. But if we continue this run, we'll just be reloading and just, like, waiting for the guy to die instead. Because that's, like, just the way we should handle it, I think. But I just want to pop the event and see what happens. A Prince release. Thank you, thank you. The von Wittelsbach of the Teutonic Order. Teutonic Order was a special interest to the sense the Germans came to dominate the area of Prussia. With solidified control over the electorate of Brandenburg, we were able to spread members of the von Wittelsbach onto other thrones of Europe, and it just so happens to include the Teutonic Order being ruled by this gentleman. We could exert our power, etc., and we say align them. Oh, it becomes a fiefdom. It's not even straight up annex. Lame. Maybe we don't form Prussia today. Because I think annexation's like another 50 years. Ah, not like this. So, I think that's probably where we're at for the run. Why didn't you just conquer them? I thought we would just free annex them. I was told, I was misled by another content creator of now ill repute that we would just annex them with the event. The antagonism you just dodge is pretty wild. Yeah, it is a lot of antagonism. Assassinated Kings is very broken in multiplayer, people spamming it to force PUs. Oh yeah, because multiplayer you don't care about the dip rep anyways. Rest in Pisces? True. Prussia's the new Italy. Mamma mia. But okay. It's something. We now have pretty firm control over the southern Baltics. I never said that. You did. You said that. You said you. Oh, what did you say? You get them for free? I could have sworn you said that you annexed them. Wait, Playmaker. I said a content creator of ill repute. Are you suggesting that you think that I was referring to you? What do you mean by that? What did he mean by that, chat? Maybe he didn't lie. There's another event to annex. This could be true. I think he also might have said you get them for free, which I don't think that that's a lie. The event annexing them would be a lie, but you get them for free. I mean, you are getting them for free. For freezies, good dealsies. He did advocate this course of action, though. Maybe there's another event as well. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, you're right. Let's find this guy. Yeah, exactly. Caught? What do you mean caught? It's clearly someone else. You bet you have to flip culture 10 times first? Yeah. Just the running a few laps around the building to get to the front door. It's cool that we could see the DHEs, so worth it to do once. Yeah, I mean, I think it was probably... I mean, at this point, we probably just use this and then just annex them, and then we just, like, form Prussia in, like, 1600 or something, and it's, like, omega slow. And just, like, do some other stuff. Overall, this run's not felt, like, super high-powered. Just kind of messing about with the mechanics. I think we definitely did the wrong thing in the Wittelsbach thing. We were misled by chat, who said that, we should do this instead of our new dynasty, so should have done the other dynasty, I think. But I mean, we have a solid base. I think that's probably going to wrap it up for us here, though. I don't even think we made top 10. Shameful display. He flees the battlefield! A shameful display! No, so this is us, I guess. Income. Our tax base was... I guess it was in the top 10? Kind of had a little bit of a come up at the end, just behind Castile. Yeah, actually we were... Castile, what are you... What are you doing, Castile? I mean, we clipped Hungary, and we also clipped Poland. I think Poland was ahead of us. I don't even see... Oh, they're still ahead of us. But they definitely stumble. What happened here? What's this about? Diagnosing this type of thing is so hard. What's going on? Maybe they just shit the bed. Flip Turkish and then annex for free? Flip Turkish is always the solution, though. Flip Turkish, get the Turkish content, take slaves. You basically had to wait an entire second age? Yeah. It would have been better just to get the content. Do they still have land and they lost it in Morocco? Oh, maybe. Morocco's fucking caked up, though. I don't think I've ever seen Morocco doing this well. How big is their tax base? Did their tax base jump up? No, there wasn't a parallel jump up. This is just losing to the bed, I think. But thank you guys for coming out. It was nice. It was nice. We did kind of get to do the thing. We got to subjugate the Teutons for free. The Rootin' Tootin' Teutons. We did get them as subjects, and this run was kind of fun. Playing like rough start Brandenburg, not necessarily like just coming out the gate super fast. Also, I know a bunch of other people hate the Merc stuff. I kind of am digging it, because now, like, wars feel tense and, like, questionable instead of just, like, face roll. I don't know if it's like a proper simulation, this type of thing, but like the fact that it's unclear who's going to win wars, and the fact that like you have to like kind of play around this stuff, I am actually kind of into it. So happy birthday, thank you, much appreciated. But let's see if anyone is streaming the good old EU5 category. Someone we know, someone relatively big. I think we're not gonna raid someone small today. I think usually when I raid someone small, everyone just leaves immediately, so it's like, it feels like it doesn't do anything. Looks like there's no one else streaming the category, so I will send you guys on your way by saying goodbye. If you've been sitting for a while, as long as I have, probably get up, take a walk, drink some water, something like this. This is what I'm going to do. But other than that, y'all have a good one, and a happy Wednesday, and a happy birthday.